in Ghana today. Now, this is important, okay? I want you to notice that we do this only occasionally, because we need you to understand that not everything in this world is about politics. Politics is not the overriding factor in all issues. But some issues have a political aspect, and it needs to be discussed. Today we do that. So we'll talk about the suspension of the Chief Justice. We'll talk about the ever-growing Galamsey problem, and the removal of the Tamale Teaching Hospital CEO.
For nobody what to far corner, what to what yes with the waste time. Everybody get your own blessing. I tell man asu be aso, so why you the hate man? By the time I'm ready to better when I be drama on the Tamale and the baseline. People say me you mo hint me chin cause you have my child go to am in the daytime. If it's a more drama.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the super morning show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
On a balcony somewhere in Sakumono enjoying the sunset. And we heard someone chanting down the road, "Yes, hot bread." So of course we called them over and discovered that the bread was first of all not even hot, but it was certainly not fresh. You can imagine our disappointment, especially my son Fifi, who honestly could eat bread for Ghana in the Olympics. And of course, this disappointment made me start thinking about, what some people might call property misdescription. False advertising. All right. I mean, she said, and by the way, when we asked her why she had lied to us about it being fresh, her answer was that, I know dear, imagine, right? Loosely translated, it's just a thing we say. We don't actually mean it. Of course, we sent her packing along her way, but naturally, I started to think about how many times we all do this. We all say we are one thing, but it turns out that we don't mean it. Okay, how many of us are actually doing as we advertised that we would do? Okay, when you made your marriage vows and you said to have and to hold, and then you you went off and beat your wife or cheated on your husband. Was that having and holding? I thought you said you were born again. You only play gospel music in your car now. So when the traffic light, is red and you are trying to slip through, is that you being born again? Are we doing what we promised we would do? What about the politicians? When we were sworn in and we said that we would well and truly serve the Republic of Ghana, it's there. It's in the it's in the oath that we swear. But have we done that? Look at how we use state resources, abuse state resources. You go to an event and politicians have left their engines running with the aircon and radio on. Is that them well and truly serving the Republic? Who's going to pay that bill? Anyway, the truth is that we don't all do what we say we would do. All right. And the truth here is that disappointment stretches across generations. Whenever you say, whatever you say you are, whatever you do, you're fulfilling a purpose. You're playing a role in society. And whether you swore an oath or not, your role is clearly spelled out. And people are depending on you to play it well. So today, let's resolve, to realign who we are with what we do. Let's check the choices we make and ensure that they match the people we say we are. All right, that's it. My name is Kojo Yankson, and I know that you're expecting a lot, so I'd better not let you down. Good morning, Ghana.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra, on Love 99.5 in Kumasi, myjoyonline.com, also live in all 16 regions of Ghana on YouTube, X Spaces and Facebook. Coming up, Tamale Teaching Hospital doctors suspend emergency and outpatient services indefinitely, demanding a public apology from the Health Minister.
These things they are demanding, of course, is to help their work, to serve the people better, like we are saying, and the fact that they are demanding now for things to help them work. And we believe they should be supported to do this.
Also coming up, Ghana Journalists Association calls for increased security for journalists reporting on illegal mining.
There is no institution that has stayed the fight against Galamsey more than the media. We also demand from the minister and the government the protection of journalists and facilitation of their work in mining fields.
In business,
World Bank to roll out strategies to help government create jobs for more than 500,000 graduates entering the market each year. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And later, 2 million girls in basic and senior high schools to benefit from government's free sanitary pad policy, which is set for launching today.
It is our estimation that slightly above 2 million girls, both in basic and secondary, are expected to benefit.
These and more with me, Mami Sinyamiche Thompson. Stay for details. Doctors at the Tamale Teaching Hospital have indefinitely suspended all emergency and outpatient services, citing a hostile work environment, lack of essential medical supplies, and what they describe as insults to their dignity by government officials. The protest follows a controversial visit by Health Minister on April 22. They are demanding public apologies from the Health Minister, Kwabena Kando, the Tamale North NP, Hasnt Suhini, and several media houses, along with a long list of urgent infrastructure and equipment upgrades. While inpatient care will continue, the doctors warn that they will not return to full services until their conditions are met. Here are excerpts of this statement.
With an immediate effect, all members of the Doctors Association of Tamale Teaching Hospital have proceeded on an indefinite suspension of all emergency and outpatient services, including general OPD, antenatal clinic, specialist clinic, and pediatrics OPD. Inpatient care shall, however, continue for patients currently on admission until they are safely discharged from the hospital. The doctors are demanding an unqualified apologies from the Minister of Health, Kwabena Kando, and the Member of Parliament for Tamale North, Hasnt Suhini, to Dr. Valentin Akupwa, all doctors of the Tamale Teaching Hospital and staff of the Emergency and Accident Department. The doctors go on to list some 21 items, including machines, medical consumables, and constant water flow, which government must provide before they can resume work. That should any of their members feel threatened at any point in the provision of services within the hospital, they shall immediately remove themselves from such hostile environment for their own safety. There's a demand of an apology from all media houses who release false or biased reports on the incident.
Well, the Ghana Medical Association says it supports the decision of its members and will stand with them until the right thing is done.
These things they are demanding, of course, is to help their work, to serve the people better, like we are saying, and the fact that they are demanding now for things to help them work. Fortunately, this is not salary, this is nothing. This is to help serve the people better.
In effect,
and we believe they should be supported to do this.
Is apology negotiable?
No, it's not.
So
we
that's one of the...
We think our minister is reasonable. We think a minister can place a call and call this young gentleman even to Accra and turn this quote and unquote bad situation around. And
we want a public apology.
We definitely want that would be the best, because what incident happened in public.
Meanwhile, the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health has indicated its readiness to support the retooling of major health facilities to improve healthcare delivery. Member of the committee, Dr. Thomas Anaba, is unhappy about the deaths related to obsolete and malfunctioning equipment at health facilities in parts of the country. Nanaya Aljima reports.
The breakdown of life-saving equipment in major hospitals in the country remains a challenge to the country's healthcare delivery. Despite the situation being recurrent, successive governments appear to have done little to deal with the situation. Dr. Thomas Anaba believes it is about time a lasting solution is implemented to deal with the challenge.
Definitely we must take interest, because that is part of our work, to go around like we are doing, to see to it that what government intends to do in the hospital to keep people alive, give Ghanaians the needed health care, they do it. Luckily, we know that now the NHIS has been uncapped. So more money now would go to the hospitals to ensure that they use it for their internal things and even procure. And after we make some recommendations to them, we'll see how equipments can be brought to hospitals. There are various ways to get equipments to hospitals.
The committee, as part of its mandate, visited the Ashanti Regional Hospital and the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital in Kumasi. Lack of space and high attrition rates remain a worry for these facilities. Dr. Anaba is hopeful of an amicable resolution as he expresses confidence in the managers of the facilities. For Joy News, Nanaya Ojima, Kumasi.
The Ghana Journalists Association has called for increased security for journalists reporting on illegal mining. President of the association, Albert Kwabena Jumfo, at a press conference called for the repeal of LI 2462 and the declaration of a state of emergency in the fight against illegal mining. Stephen Mensah reports.
The Ghana Journalists Association is condemning the continued exclusion of journalists from national efforts to combat illegal mining. President of the GJA, Albert Jumfo, urged the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure adequate security for journalists who choose to report on illegal mining activities. Jumfo is also calling for the repeal of LI 2462 and the declaration of a state of emergency to intensify the fight against illegal mining.
There is no institution that has stayed the fight against Galamsey more than the media. We also demand from the minister and the government the protection of journalists and facilitation of their work in mining fields to enable them discharge their duties without hindrance.
Responding to the arrest and detention of journalist Gordon Asare-Bediako, Albert Jumfo stated that the Office of the Special Prosecutor should prioritize the prosecution of corrupt officials rather than persecute journalists.
We have directed our lawyers to file an application for an injunction to restrain the OSP from engaging in any further act of harassment. The Special Prosecutor must focus on its core mandate, on its constitutional mandate as Special Prosecutor, and not deviate from it to become Special Persecutor.
Reporting for Joy News, Stephen Mensah.
Now, the NPP flag bearer Dr. Mahmoud Balmi has endorsed the recommendation by the Mike Okwei-led committee to expand the party's electoral college. The proposed changes aim to boost internal democracy by involving more grassroots delegates in selecting presidential and parliamentary candidates.
Made some very important recommendations for this party, and those recommendations have been forwarded to a constitutional review committee to then look at it and bring it back to NEC and National Council for us to then make certain changes. You can expect without any doubt that the delegate system is going to be changed, that we will change the current delegate system and allow more people to vote.
The Chief of Army Staff, Major General Lawrence Kweku Betanu, has urged traditional leaders in Boko to rein in the youth and end attacks on security personnel, warning that continuous confrontations threaten peace efforts in the area. During his first official visit to Boko since taking office, he reaffirmed the military's dedication to restoring law and order, but cautioned that aggression towards soldiers will not be tolerated.
The Ghana Armed Forces has the constitutional mandate to support the civil authorities to maintain and restore peace and security anywhere that we have a conflict within the country. On this note, in all humility, I respectfully want to call on His Royal Majesty Beboku Naba and his Council of Elders to support us to impress on the subjects of the Boku General area and its environs and the youth to exercise restraint for all efforts to put our head together to resolve the issues here.
Now, President John Mahama is set to launch the much-anticipated free sanitary pad policy today to improve menstrual hygiene and keep girls in school. 292 million Ghana cedis has been set aside to support more than 2 million female students in basic and senior high schools. Deputy Education Minister Dr. Clement Apak says the move is a clear signal of government's resolve to eliminate menstrual-related obstacles in learning.
The importance of this program to our national development and interests doesn't need any re-emphasis. In terms of the figures, it is our estimation that slightly above 2 million girls, both in basic and secondary, are expected to benefit.
And that's it for the bulletin this morning. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is Business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Google me. Now what time when you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I not change my car. It be the same right. It be the fuel where I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so. This is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind self be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open there. Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel? Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you. Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside? I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small. Go. Joe Pana. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
See, your rich auntie gets more from Absa. Your childhood friend gets more from Absa. Your favorite uncle gets more from Absa. Your roommate's cry gets more from Absa. Digital solutions get more from Absa. Rewards be bring get more from Absa. 5-star treatment get more from Absa. Preferential rate get more from Absa. Easy banking and no ane Absa. Instant loans and no ane Absa. Bank papa party and no ane Absa. FTK account and get more from Absa. Yes! Join thousands of Absa customers enjoying priority treatment, preferential rates, amazing rewards, and seamless digital solutions to help you write the next big chapter of your story. Sign up for an Absa account today and get more. Your story matters. Absa.
How secured are you? Let me ask you again. How secured are you? Say yes loud with confidence when you are protected by Millennium Insurance, because it gives you great reliability and comfort. Sign on any of our products today, be it motor, fire, burglary, accidents, travels, bonds, liabilities, engineering, marine and aviation insurance. Visit our offices in Accra, Northridge, Tema, Kumasi, Kofridia, Takrady, or any of our 30 agents nationwide. Call 0302-766-631 or 0504-394-997.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
The books are in and the boots are out, guys. The kids have entered the building. The future of African football is happening right here in Legon Stadium, Ghana. This is history in the making. We are seeing the Nesta Bedipele, DJ Drogba, or Samoa Jan right here on the pitch.
Ghana, let's play now. Come support our future stars at the CAF African Schools Football Championship from April 21 to 26. CAF African Schools Football Championship. Engage, encourage, educate.
Mom, please can I have some milk in my Milo? Have you tasted it? No. But I didn't see you add milk. Hey, taste it before you ask me any questions. Hey, milk na chum say. This is Milo all in one. Milo pampa, cocoa, malt, milk and show, everything is inside.
Milo All-in-One already comes with more milk. Just mix with water and taste the nourishing goodness of quality cocoa, malt, and more milk all in one sachet. Milo, the energy to go further.
This advert is FDA approved.
What's your dream this year? To pull up in a brand new 4-wheel ride? Or you want to travel? Where? Sentosa Island in Singapore? Or Desert Safari in Dubai? Or you want a laptop, microwave, brand new phone, TV. Chale, what you want, you can get with SG Ghana. Minya Ubecha 7Y. Join the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo and you could win the grand prize of a brand new Toyota RAV4. Simply deposit 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it into your SG Ghana account from now till 30th May 2025. Non-customers can open an account to participate. Visit your nearest branch or call 0302-214-314 for further inquiries. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Babu?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. The country seems busy these days.
Yeah, things are happening. All across the nation.
All across the nation.
Yeah. Today on Political Thursday, we've got lots to talk about. So obviously, we'll talk about Galamsey. We'll talk about the Chief Justice's suspension. But you know the one
the
that's
latest.
Yes, the one that's trending now. Everyone has a view on it, and it's the sacking of the Tamale Teaching Hospital medical director. Okay.
Well, this morning the Doctors Association calling the bluff of the government. I mean, they are essentially saying we're not going to work until we get a public apology on what happened a couple of days ago. Let's see how that works.
So they want the minister to apologize for what? For what did he do? Was he like
I don't know,
angry or like what did he do? What is the apology for?
Maybe they should explain. I mean, they said it happened in public, so a public apology. Maybe they feel that the way the minister went about the situation wasn't the best, knowing that there were underlying issues. So I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing: doctors in Ghana, some of them are doing an amazing job. In fact, some of them bend over backwards just to fill in the gaps that the system is failing to fill in. Okay, so there are doctors who, out of their own pockets, treat a patient or bring water or do things that the state should do, right? And I think those doctors, I mean, they are the ones we should be giving awards to and commending because they are going above and beyond. But I hope that doctors are also not above and beyond criticism.
Yeah.
Okay, because when a doctor fails, what happens? Someone dies.
That is true.
That's what happens when a doctor fails. It's not a small thing for someone to lose their life, for a person to lose their loved one. It's not a small thing.
Yeah.
That's what happens when a doctor does a bad job. So doctors, and my sister is a doctor, right? So when I say that I have respect for them, yes. When I say that I have respect for them, I mean it. But you can't be above criticism. Nobody is. We are not.
We are not.
We have people who can't do our jobs, who tell us how to do our jobs. And we take it in good faith.
Yeah.
Right? So this is something that doctors really need to take on board. That your failure causes death. So the reactions you get can never be above, sort of out of proportion.
And you're not solving any problem staying away from work. In fact, you're causing
what are you doing?
Many more deaths.
So who are you punishing?
Who are you punishing?
You're punishing your patients because you don't like what the minister did. So
an issue that can be resolved.
You don't think anyone should get angry with you in public because you are who? Who in this country is above reproach?
Yeah.
So you are a doctor, so nobody should tell you off. How? And by the way, I want to commend the minister for one thing. This idea of making spot checks on hospitals, surprise visits, is very good.
Yeah.
Is very, very good. Nothing should discourage him from that. Because that's how you spot the problems. If you announce, and you come along, they'll clean it up and you will never know.
And you will not know what
the real issues are.
In the hospital.
So honestly, look, we need to measure this matter and
Sit back.
figure out the right way. But nobody is above reproach. These calls for apology and all of that. Honestly, I don't know how I feel
public
about
apology, and that's when they would decide to go back to work. When there are people who are in the hospital dying.
So you are upset. You are angry because someone talked to you in a way you didn't like. So people should die.
And I'm saying that if there's, basis to contest the termination of the appointment of the...
Do that. And of course, I mean, if your grounds are strong, everybody will support you.
Of course.
So do that.
I don't think this solves the issue.
Anyway.
Their lives are at risk here.
Anyway. We'll talk. Well, give me
relax. Because
we'll talk more on the show about it. Oh, goodness. All right. The 6 a.m. news came to us thanks to Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. Absa Bank Ghana Limited, your story matters. And Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. I'm having a go at doctors and I start coughing. I was
going to say, where would you go?
Where am I going? Where am I going for help? Oh, boy. All right. The Joy Business Report now. And who are our trumpets for this?
I don't know.
Health Minister?
Maybe.
For the spot checks, at least. I mean,
the doctors wouldn't be happy.
The doctors, I mean, for the spot checks, not for the whatever
other
happened
issues.
at Tamale. No.
Yeah.
But for the spot checks, we are happy with him for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Joy Business Report now brought to you by Omni Basic Bank. Not just another bank, Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature, and M&C Properties, a member of M&C Group. M&C Properties, choice of class. Someone says we should get sponsors for the trumpets.
That wouldn't be bad. Brought to you by.
All right, so for the Health Minister,
spot checks.
Yes, spot checks. Trumpets.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, World Bank to roll out new strategies to help government create jobs for more than 500,000 graduates entering the market each year. Also coming up, new Bank of Ghana report shows a decline in attempted cases by 18% in 2024. Also coming up, Imani Ghana slams government's handling of Goldfields Damine lease issue. We'll hear from its vice president. Stay with us for details. My name is Daryl Kwao. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidua on KTU Radio. First up, the World Bank has announced it is rolling out new strategies that will enable government create jobs for more Ghanaians. This will target more than 500,000 graduates coming out of the country's educational institutions every year. George Affe has more from Washington, D.C.
The World Bank Managing Director in charge of operations, Anna Bijeda, disclosed this during a high-level meeting with the Finance Minister of Ghana, Dr. Attoforson, on the sidelines of the IMF World Bank Spring meetings in Washington, D.C., USA. The World Bank Managing Director at the meeting argued that the initiative reflects Ghana and the World Bank's priority aimed at unlocking opportunities for the youth. He added that they see the initiative as part of efforts to help Ghana build a stronger and resilient economy. The Finance Minister, Dr. Attoforson, on this part, described the initiative as bold and targeted at addressing the growing number of job seekers and what that can be described as sustainable jobs for the youth in the country.
George, I've heard that report from Washington, D.C. in the U.S. Now, the Bank of Ghana, Specialized Deposit-Taking Institutions and Payment Service Providers 2024 Ford report has revealed that attempted cases decreased by 18% in 2024 compared to 2023. However, the situation resulted in an 11% increase in total value of risk associated with the cases in 2024 relative to 2023. Here's more.
According to the report, the total values at risk stood at approximately 80 million cedis and 72 million cedis in 2024 and 2023 respectively. Notably, the total values at risk recorded across all fraud types declined in 2024, with the exception of forgery and document manipulation, which increased sevenfold compared to the 2023 figure of 7.47 million cedis. This fraud type also accounted for 67% of the total value at risk recorded for banks and specialized deposit-taking institutions in 2024. The report stated that the rate of recovery of potential losses have become a challenge for banks and specialized deposit-taking institutions due to prolonged legal proceedings that eventually lead these institutions to stop pursuing the cases.
Now, senior finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amwa, has said that regulation of cryptocurrencies in Ghana would not have any impact on the cedi, particularly in cross-border or digital transactions. Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiama, had announced that the central bank is set to begin regulating cryptocurrencies starting September. Reacting to the development, Dr. Amwa said the strong reserve position of the Bank of Ghana should absorb any shocks.
In the crypto space, because it is decentralized, the value of the currency is an issue of demand and supply. And currency per se should not have its value changing because of demand and supply. The stability of the currency should be influenced by the reserves that back the currency. So if our cedi is being backed by our reserves, the dollars that we have at the Bank of Ghana, the gold reserves that we have is what is backing our cedi. Then as we move into or we open up the crypto space, Bank of Ghana will have the ability to know how much is moving in and out there, and appropriate reserve can be set to deal with that particular gate that will be open when it comes to the inflows and outflow of funds through the cryptocurrency space.
You had senior finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amwa. Imani Ghana Vice President Bryce Simmons has described the new diamond lease with Goldfields as not good enough, looking at what goes into shutting down a concession for new owners. Government announced a new 12-month lease with Goldfields over management of the diamond mine pending Parliament's approval. Speaking on PM Express Business Edition, which will air tonight, the Vice President of Imani Ghana said this is still not good enough to attract fresh capital into the sector.
I think even the 1 year thing is going to be a problem because that mine is very expensive to bring on to continue to maintain on stream. And if we are not careful and we don't manage the handover well, it will become an incumbent mine because if there's legal liability or whatever, nobody wants to come through. And if we still, even within this 1 year transition period, if we don't find a way, because the real reason why Goldfields is doing this is because they have their hands in government's mouth in Takwa. Takwa is a much more prolific mine,
it's one of
much
their
more
biggest mine
in the world.
Group, yeah.
And in terms of free cash flow, one of their best. Maybe 30% or so of free cash flow probably coming from Takwa. So they will do it because of Takwa. But if you're not careful and you don't arrange things well with them, it's a very small world. The world of gold mining is a very small world.
Well, that was Imani Ghana Vice President Bryce Simmons speaking on PM Express Business Edition, which airs tonight. Meanwhile, Executive Director of the African Center for Energy Policy, Ben Boache, said the development shows government does not really appreciate the mining sector. He spoke to Joy Business in Washington, D.C.
Analysts who understand how the industry works should actually condone. And we thought that we should draw the attention of government to the agreements that we have signed. Nobody put a gun to our head to sign those agreements. We signed them. And once you have signed those agreements and welcome the investment, you have to respect those agreements. In most cases, when we have not, we have been bruised in court, and the people have had to pay for those damages. And we thought that it shouldn't continue to happen, and we need to draw attention to it. So it's a welcoming decision.
Executive Director of the African Center for Energy Policy, Ben Boache, there. Well, this morning we've got an update from Goldfields on the agreement reached with government. A statement says Goldfields Limited is pleased to have reached an agreement with the government of Ghana for a productive way forward for the diamond mine that is expected to benefit employees, local communities, and the mine stakeholders and the people of Ghana. It says Goldfields has been engaged in extensive discussions with the government of Ghana, which have yielded a constructive agreement for the diamond mine as follows. The government of Ghana will grant a new mining lease to Goldfields for the diamond mine for 12 months, during which time Goldfields will continue to operate the mine. Also, during the new lease period, the company will safely recommence mining activities at the mine in line with the mining program that has been submitted to the government of Ghana, ensuring continued employment and increase in jobs created with the restart of mining activities. Concurrently, Goldfields will progress and finalize by end of 2025 the detailed bankable feasibility study to extend the life of diamond mine. The chairman of the Goldfields board, Yunus Suleiman, saying Goldfields has been operating in Ghana for more than 30 years and has developed a strong and positive track record of economic and social contribution to the country. It says the company is committed to operating in Ghana and to continue contributing to the country's mining expertise development and shared prosperity for many years to come. It says the agreement with government is welcomed and is an opportunity for the mine to continue creating value and making a sustainable economic contribution to communities surrounding the mine and the future ownership of the people of Ghana. Turning to other news, the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry has attributed the rising cost of houses for either rent or ownership to high taste of imported foreign materials used in construction.
if you use a local material in constructing building for them, you see that those particular edifices stays there, and then the foreign one happens to what? To be moving out the market, while the local ones are there as a result of what? Taste for foreign materials, which is not helping us to at least cut costs, reduce importation of foreign materials, and then to capitalize on the available materials that we have domestically to reduce the price of the final product, as long as real estate development so much concerned.
Emmanuel Cherry, the Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry. Before we go, panelists at the just ended forum on tax revenue leakage in Ghana have blamed the unavailability of integration in tax systems for the informal sector as a major factor for tax revenue leakages, according to tax manager at EY, Abigail Esimensa, and economist Dr. Priscilla Chumesiba. The economy is widely informal, hence the difficulty in mobilizing tax revenues.
Number one issue that I believe is contributing to tax revenue leakage is the fact that we have an informal economy. Okay, and the informal economy simply looks at the fact that there are a lot of people within the informal sector who are not being taxed. Looking at the woman who is the hairdresser, the driver here and there, a lot of artisans are within the economy earning a lot of money, and yet these are people who are not being taxed. Simply because we do not have an integrated system, a system where information can easily be linked and traced to individuals and to companies. And so for that,
a number of factors account for that. But essentially, Ghana is predominantly informal in context. The informal sector is very difficult to tax, as my colleague panelist has indicated. And so you have a lot of people that are earning revenue but do not contribute.
You had manager at EY, Abigail Esimensa, and economist Dr. Priscilla Chumesiba in that soundbite on the forum that just ended at the UPSA on tax revenue leakages in Ghana. Before we go, let's take a look at the markets for you. This morning on the currency market, the dollar going for 16 cedis. That's what Forex bureaus are offering their clients. The British pound, 20 cedis, 30 pesos. The euro going for 17 cedis, 40 pesos. The commercial banks quoting the dollar at 15 cedis, 30 pesos. On the commodity market, crude oil selling this morning at $66 a barrel after a marginal increase. Gold increased by more than $30 to open trading at $3,319 an ounce. Cocoa lost more than $200, selling this morning at $8,881 a ton. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. Stay tuned. The Super Morning Show continues. Here's our inspirational song.
Morning Show. Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
In the morning, yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
the Super Morning Show. Yeah, wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah, if you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning.
Good morning.
Kojo Yankson, good morning. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm good. Lots of papers to get through this morning, and we will do that. But first, we've got the Drive Safe campaign to kick things off. And after that, Say It Right, and many others. So maybe the Drive Safe to start off, Winston?
Yes, and the Drive Safe campaign brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality and Imperial General Assurance Solid Protection. Our tip today is simple: fasten your seatbelt. Very, very important. Now, I don't know why it's so difficult for some people, to fasten their seatbelts. I don't feel anything if I fasten my seatbelt. You've seen many ride-hailing app drivers, these online drivers, online commercial vehicle drivers, actually fasten the seatbelts behind them. If you'd see, these Bolt, Yango, Uber, Tap and Go drivers, what they do is that they fasten the belts behind them and then sit there.
So that it doesn't make the queen.
So that it doesn't indicate that please fasten your seatbelt.
But who are they tricking? That's the thing I don't understand.
They just don't want the noise. There's the noise in the car that they don't want.
But don't they want some protection in case of an accident? That one too, they don't want. A bit of safety, they don't want that. Hey. Anyway. All right then. Well, let's get this party on the road. We've got Say It Right, and no association for that this morning. Okay, here we go. Let's learn how to say it right.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
Have you noticed how often people use EG when they mean IE? Now, these two abbreviations have, completely different meanings. EG means for example, and IE means that is. So you would say, I like many things about you. For example, your talent. Not, I like many things about you. That is your talent. If you wanted to use IE, however, you would say, my favorite thing about you is your talent. That is your singing. I hope you spotted the difference. EG is used when you're about to provide examples, and IE is used when you're about to provide clarification. Now, EG stands for exempli gratia, which is how you say, for example, in Latin. Yes, the obligatory Latin lesson begins. And IE stands for id est, which means that is in Latin. And perhaps I should stop speaking the dead language before you start saying ufecho, which in Latin would be nimio est tu. And that is how you say it right. All right, news review now, and it's brought to you by our friends at Syntex Tank. Are you strong? Are you tough? Access Bank, more than banking, and Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Happy smile.
So the new finder for today says Gold Board commences licensing of service providers. You know that the Gold Board indicated it was going to start that. Fraud cases in banks, others declined by 18% in 2024. BOG and Petrosol CEO downplays EV adoption threat. I'm sure we'll come back and give you details of those stories. What do you have?
Yeah, the Ghanaian Times leads with newborns to receive hepatitis B vaccination from October. Comes with a picture of Dr. Kwame Amponsachiano of the Ghana Health Service. And this incident still making the news. 13 perish, others injured in gory accident on Accra Kumasi Highway. And then the former NDC national chair is also on the front page. Mineral wealth must benefit everyone. That is Ofusu Ampofo saying that. And then researchers, policymakers discuss health system strengthening in Africa at the University of Ghana between April 29 and 30. At the back page, cashew farmers appeal for processing factory. And then hope restored as Sagnerigu community dam is stretched.
I mean, just a bit on the cashew farmers, they're appealing for a factory.
Yeah.
Well, so the cashew farmers can also come together and set up a factory. One of the things we don't do in this country is partnerships. We don't do that enough. Many entities, many persons feel the only way to engage in business is to start a business, own it 100%, and that's it. But like our people say, it is better to be part of a whole than to be nothing.
Yeah.
1% of 100% is better than 100% of zero. I mean, it makes no sense. So these cashew farmers, how about they come together, then contact a financial institution and say, we've been able to raise this amount of money. How about you help us set up this factory? That'd be better.
I think it's a great point that you make. I mean, because if you look at the amount of cashew we produce in the country, all of them going outside, most of that going outside, and we are not getting the value for it. The same thing with our cocoa, the same thing with our gold. We have the natural resources that are worth billions under the ground, even when you bring them up. And when you add value to it, it's just way above what we could comprehend in terms of what it's able to get into this country. So it's a good point that you make. And the story says the cashew farmers, these are the farmers in the Bono region, and they're calling on the Tree Crop Development Authority to facilitate the establishment of a processing factory for the cashew apple to generate more income. So it's a good point for them to come together and do something like that.
I wonder though, you see, when the market itself doesn't do something, you must ask yourself why. So why hasn't some entrepreneur taken the opportunity to come and set up a cashew factory? What are the barriers? What's the reason why it hasn't already happened? Because whatever those reasons are, if the cashew farmers get enterprising enough, as Winston suggests, and decide that they want to do it themselves, they will face these same barriers. So what's the problem? What's the reason why nobody who already has access to capital nobody has decided to do this?
Well, it's also our over-reliance on government, Kojo, sometimes. I mean, look, the people who are engaged in poultry farms here in this country, who could actually go a long way and support the poultry industry. If I am government and you show me evidence that you can actually meet the local needs in this country, I tell you, I'd give you business. Okay? Because all of us would know, for instance, that when it comes to poultry, we know that it is better to produce locally because we don't even know how old the frozen chicken is.
2-3 years.
Sometimes more than that. 5 years and it's brought to you. So if I know that I'm buying fresh chicken, why wouldn't I take it? You get my point? I'd take it. But the other point is, okay, so this is it. Government would have to engage in land preparation and all of that. We've seen government doing that at the Economic Enclave Project as a way of supporting these people. But if, for instance, Kojo, Winston, and Kweku Asante and Sami Odami, we came together and decided that we were going to start with, say, the cultivation of a 100-acre maize farm while also preparing for the commencement of a poultry industry, because maize is needed as a major component of their feed. What we can actually do is to say, let us start the cultivation of maize, sell some of these bags of maize, and start the process of the construction of even a poultry farm. So it's not about just starting that, okay, I have a poultry farm. No, you're starting by, first of all, in your plan, indicating that if I'm able to, say, cultivate 10 acres of maize, 100 acres of maize, I'd get something. How much would it cost you? We're told that it will cost you between 3,000 to 4,000 Ghana cedis to cultivate an acre of maize. So if you're engaging in, say, 10 acres for a start, that is you engaging in spending some 40,000 or maybe less because of the increase in numbers, maybe less. Then you pick it up from there. But consistently, what we have done is to start projects, sometimes without any plan. Then we go back and say, government must come to our aid. Yes, government must come to your aid sometimes. But if consistently everything you do is that government must come to your aid, you would also be burdening government. Anyway.
Well, moving on, there's a story about gold, about all minerals in general. The mineral world must benefit everyone. This is the VIP speaking through Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, who is a staffer at their office. The Vice President, Professor Nana Jenopoku-Ajiman, has called on stakeholders to work together to achieve sustainable mineral wealth that benefits everyone, especially persons in mining communities. According to her, mining communities still remain underdeveloped due to the wide gap between the enormous profits of mining industries and the allocated funds to the mining community. I mean, it's right. I mean, you go to Obuasi and you look at the gold that has been mined from Obuasi for decades now, and you still look at how poor the place is. You still go to a lot of places in the western region, Takwa, the roads, and then you wonder, what kind of value are we getting as a people from our resources? Are we just taking the resources, government taking royalties and using them for other things, and then the private sector, a lot of them foreign companies, making all the billions of dollars and then taking them away to foreign countries?
You know, that's actually how Galamsey started. Yes, it started as a sort of protest against the fact that only a few people were making money from mining gold and the communities were still impoverished. And so people, in their rebellion started digging here and there. And it was very few people. I remember back in the Rawlings era when Galamsey became something that was topical in the news. It was so rare that when it happened, it would make the news. Right? But today, it's turned into something else entirely. But you see, it started off as a protest. It has now turned into a norm. And it is a norm that is killing us. And for some reason, the one power that can stop it refuses to.
Under the Achampon regime, we nationalized gold mines in this country. We nationalized them. Then we started selling off gradually. This is the problem. What sort of agreements do we sign with these entities? That's the first thing.
What are in those contracts?
What are in those contracts? And the second thing also, you see, is that what percentage of the Ghanaian population, or how many mines are owned by Ghanaians? I bet you, look, sometimes even those mines that you think are owned by Ghanaians are fronting it.
The real owner did.
Now, so first of all, a quarry site is a quarry site, and I'd explain. It's a place where people exploit minerals and go. And once there isn't indigenous ownership of your minerals, it is turned into a quarry site. They would mine and go. But this is how you go about it. People have talked about, look at the Johannesburg example. The Johannesburg mines actually owned by the people of South Africa.
Yep.
Our mines are not owned by us. So what happens is that many of these people would mine and then take the resources away. One of the things we've actually said, and you see, there's actually even a problem. And I remember I was doing a paper on tax sharing systems where I was advocating that where companies exist, for instance, within the mineral resources, a lot of the impact is felt by the community within which they operate. And so when it comes to the payment of taxes, the direct taxes should be paid to the assemblies within which they operate, of which a percentage be put in a government pool which can be distributed. And the reason is simple. Look, we talk about the royalties have been paid, the royalties that will go around, and a small percentage will come to the people. Then you will say, but they've not done anything. I have seen, and I think it was Goldfields that actually constructed the Takwa-Bogoso Road. Okay, what sort of, agreements do we sign with these people? So first, it's important that we sign better agreements. Secondly, it's also important that we encourage Ghanaian ownership of mines. We encourage, and as we talk about encouraging Ghanaian ownership of mines, again, the partnerships matter. Come together.
So Ghanaian ownership is important. You look at what's happening with Songo Salt and Electrochem. But you see, it's only step one, right? It's good to have Ghanaians owning a sector. But beyond that, I really agree with your suggestion that the revenue from it should go to the community. That is where the mine is. So it should be a rich area.
Yeah.
It should be.
Yes.
So they should have perfect roads. They should have wonderful hospitals. They should have great schools because they have a mine, right?
Yeah. And so Goldfields, let me just bring you details of Goldfields government of Ghana impasse, because it says that Goldfields provides a progress update on the Damai mining lease extension. So we're told that Goldfields is pleased to have reached an agreement with the government of Ghana for a productive way forward for the Daman mine that is expected to benefit employees, local communities, the mine stakeholders, and the people of Ghana. So Goldfield, we're told, has been engaged in extensive discussions with the government of Ghana, which have yielded a constructive agreement for the Daman mine as follows. The government of Ghana will grant a new mining lease to Goldfields for the Daman mine for 12 months, during which time Goldfields will continue to operate the mine, and the new mining lease will be subject to ratification by Parliament when it reconvenes on 16th May 2025. During the lease period, the company will safely recommence mining activities at the mine in line with the mining program that has been submitted to the government of Ghana, ensuring continued employment and increase in jobs created with the restart of mining activities. Goldfields would take all reasonable steps to restart open pit mining, and the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources will provide the necessary support in obtaining the requisite permits to support recommencement of mining operations. In the interim, the Daman mine will continue to process surface stock piles, and we're told that Goldfields would progress and finalize by end of 2025 the detailed bankable feasibility study to extend the life of Daman mine, and Goldfields is committed to continuing with the infill exploration drilling program to improve mineral resource confidence at the time.
I mean, the plan of government ultimately is to sort of get this into local hands. I mean, yesterday there was a statement from Felix Ofusukwache who spoke about how governments intend to take over the mine ultimately after this 1-year lease. In fact, the government said they were not going to extend this, and ultimately they've come to this agreement. It's a good progress update that we've gotten on this impasse.
Yeah. All right. Online review now, and it's brought to you by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goyle Good Energy. Goyle Yenara Yendia. Right.
TTH doctors declare indefinite suspension of emergency and outpatient services. That Akando issue is still leading to a lot of fallout, and so now it's a strike of doctors. And then
I heard you on this yesterday, by the way. I'm just to spend the little time we have on this because it's important. I heard you on this yesterday, and you felt that this thing where politicians are taking cameras into hospitals and exposing problems that really government should be solving anyway. It's really not in the best taste. I agree with the part where you say government should be solving these problems. I think you're right about that. But I really like the spot checks. I really like them.
With the cameras?
Yes. I really like them.
The health minister can go to the health facility and meet the doctors. They tell the problems, you fix them. The people of Tamale, they knew about the hospital challenges at TTH.
I really like the cameras. I'll tell you why. Because you see, when a doctor fails, the result is death.
Yeah.
Right? Unlike when your receptionist fails to, or your secretary fails to type a letter. All that, the result is you need new paper.
Yeah.
But when a doctor fails, someone dies. Okay. And you see, this idea that doctors can't be criticized, where does it come from?
And I don't think that is the problem. The problem is that you can criticize them, you can be very vocal about
but it. Must be in
not necessarily in private, but well, if you go and engage in a banter with a doctor who's telling you about the fact that he doesn't have a ventilator, and you say you should improvise. Why should a doctor improvise with not getting a
all right. We're going to come and talk a little bit more about this because I know that there are varied views on it. But right now, though, the BBC News is brought to you by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are.
as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Businesses know how important it is to create a productive and supportive working environment by investing in employees' health. With a leading international track record, Apex Health Insurance is licensed to provide medical insurance services to corporate organizations and SMEs. We also have international LH Blue cover and TPAs to cushion you. Multinational companies, factories, and government agencies focus on your business while Apex Insurance takes care of your health. Visit Apex Health Insurance office at Zion House, Boundary Road, Shiashi, Kumasi, opposite Prempeh College, Sofo Line, and Takrady Market Circle. For further enquiries, call 0501 562 962 or 0501 552 495. Apex Health, your preferred health insurer.
The books are in and the boots are out, guys. The kids have entered the building. The future of African football is happening right here in Legon Stadium, Ghana. This is history in the making. We are seeing the Nesta Pele, DJ Drogba, or Samuel Jan right here on the pitch.
Ghana, let's play now. Come support our future stars at the CAF African Schools Football Championship from April 21 to 26. CAF African Schools Football Championship. Engage, encourage, educate.
After a long flight, Safari Homes gives you the peace to unwind. A short drive from the airport, convenient for all. For nature lovers, Safari Valley Resort is a hidden gem, surrounded by lush greenery and luxury amenities. A place where you can truly escape. Now, for water adventure, Aqua Safari Resort has it all. Jet skis, canoe rides, kayaking, and a visit to the estuary. And for more excitement, Safari Eco Park is the perfect place to get closer to some amazing animals.
Visit Safari World in Ghana, together bringing you closer to nature.
If you have 250 Ghana cedis right now, it can do wonders for you. Chairman, Fabeji, it could turn your tears into joy in the Access Bank Fakitwabeji Kesiye promo. Madam, Fabeji, it could get you up to 50,000 Ghana cedis cash prize. Business owner, Fabeji, as a student, make transactions with your Access Bank card, and that could get you Spotify and Netflix subscriptions, PS5, iPhone 16 Pro Max, and more. This is be out of class senso. Fabeji, you see what 250 Ghana cedis can do for you? And Gasakra. Fabeji, it's the Access Bank Fakitwabeji Kesiye promo. Deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis and its multiples in your new or existing account and be on your way to winning a share of the 580,000 Ghana cedis in cash prizes and other amazing rewards. The more you deposit, the more your chances of winning. Promo runs from now to September 2025. This promo is in partnership with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Access Bank, more than banking.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today, we look at why egg prices in the US are so high and the impact on restaurants, businesses and consumers. The US President Donald Trump says he's managed to solve the rising costs, but when will shoppers feel the benefit?
Next, it's The Inquiry. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station. Welcome to The Inquiry with me, Tanya Beckett. The tariffs announced by President Trump in April were dramatic, disruptive, and wide-reaching.
Almost everybody had a trade surplus with us. Almost everybody had higher tariffs on our goods and non-tariff barriers. We've been so good about being a great trading partner.
Is there a broader goal?
So they're trying to square a seemingly impossible circle by finding ways to supposedly keep the dollar underpinning global finance, but also weaken its value.
What might the consequences be?
It will be unpredictable and chaotic, and the U.S. trade team is going to have to deal with all of this. Foreign governments are going to have to work their way through all of this.
This week on The Inquiry, we're asking, what is President Trump's economic plan?
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Ukraine says the deadly attacks Russia carried out overnight and its territorial demands show Moscow is the real obstacle to peace. The strikes, which killed at least 9 people in Kiev, came just hours after President Trump said Ukraine must make territorial concessions to Moscow. Here's our diplomatic correspondent, James Landale.
The focus of this is this idea that somehow the United States would recognize Crimea as legally held by Russia. Mr. Zelensky cannot accept it without changing the constitution. That requires a referendum. And so what is puzzling diplomats is why the Americans are so fixated on demanding something of Zelensky that he simply cannot give at the moment. It betrays the fact that in the White House's perspective, this is very much a territorial issue. But to many European analysts and policymakers and the Ukrainians, this is actually an issue about sovereignty. It's about control of Ukraine.
Australia's government has pledged to create a strategic stockpile of minerals, including rare earth metals, as Western countries seek to counter China's dominance in the sector. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, said increasingly uncertain times made it necessary to maximise the value of critical minerals. From Sydney, here's our correspondent, Phil Mercer.
Australia has rich reserves of critical minerals, including some of the world's largest deposits of lithium. They're used in computers, electric vehicles and military equipment. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, wants to build up a strategic stockpile to break China's dominance of global supply chains. Australia would either process the minerals itself or sell them to other countries, including Japan or Germany. The stockpile could also be a key bargaining chip in future tariff negotiations with the United States.
Prosecutors in South Korea have charged the former President Moon Jae-in with corruption in a case linked to the employment of his son-in-law. Mr. Moon led South Korea from 2017 to 2022. Our correspondent Jim Mackenzie reports from Seoul.
Mr. Moon has been accused of bribery. He's alleged to have offered the founder of a budget airline a position in his government in return for his son-in-law being given a senior job at the airline. Prosecutors argue Mr. Moon's son-in-law had no experience in the airline industry before he was hired. This case follows a long tradition in South Korea of former leaders being charged with crimes. The prosecution service is often accused of being politicised, and when the government changes hands, it's common for rival politicians to be investigated.
A global watchdog has warned the risks facing the world's energy supplies have increased. The head of the International Energy Agency cited wars in Europe and the Middle East, the world's increasingly extreme weather, the policies of Donald Trump, and attacks on undersea cables. BBC News. New figures for European electric vehicle sales in the first quarter show a sharp decline for Tesla, despite overall growth in the sector. Elon Musk's company sold 45% fewer cars in the first 3 months of the year, compounding its troubles after posting a 71% drop in quarterly profits earlier this week. For a second day, mourners are queuing to pay their last respects to Pope Francis, who's lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica. Such was the demand on Wednesday that the Vatican kept the church open almost all night. Sarah Rainsford is there.
I was here after midnight last night, and actually the crowd was fuller than I'd seen it at some points during the day. Lots and lots of people who'd come here to pay their respects and were standing in a very, very long queue. So a decision was made that they would keep the Basilica open practically through the night. It just closed for an hour or so early this morning for a clean-up, a bit of a tidy-up, and it's open again now. The crowd is building. So I think, it just shows how many people feel strongly about the need to be here, because for the people, for Catholic believers from all over the world, this is a really personal moment.
Politicians in Senegal are digesting a constitutional court ruling that strikes down recent legislation revising a sweeping amnesty passed by the previous government. The amnesty law was approved last year in the final weeks of President Macky Sall's term, shielding perpetrators of alleged politically motivated murders, torture and arrests. The incoming government had vowed to repeal the protections for assassinations and other crimes and passed legislation to that effect earlier this month. The Magic Circle, which promotes the art of magic in Britain, is granting membership to a woman that it expelled more than 30 years ago. Sophie Lloyd had disguised her sex to join what was then a male-only society. She's now received an apology and will be inducted as a full member at a ceremony in London. BBC News.
Welcome to the...
My body, when you wake up in the morning and you know the money calling, oh you go work, but you know it's out on your side. If I believe with us, if I hold my hand and believe, cause you know it's out on your side. And when you dream, no say I live for you. And when you hustle every day, anywhere I go, anything you do, I live for you. Anywhere. If I believe I live your side, fidelity. If I believe with us, fidelity. If I know I live your side, fidelity.
Mom, please can I have some milk in my Milo? Have you tasted it? No. But I didn't see you add milk. Hey, taste it before you ask me any questions. Hey, milk na chum say. This is Milo all in one. Milo pampa, cocoa, malt, milk and show, everything is inside.
Milo All-in-One already comes with more milk. Just mix with water and taste the nourishing goodness of quality cocoa, malt, and more milk all in one sachet. Milo, the energy to go further.
This advert is FDA approved.
Stay cold. We come to terms with the sadness we bear. Missing the times we never get to share.
Coffee in your cup.
On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show.
whether the allegations are proven. And I'm sure you are aware that finding that a case exists to be answered, that is a prima facie case, it does not necessarily mean that the Chief Justice is guilty of the allegations. It only means that the allegations are not frivolous.
It's not about the Chief Justice person. It's about the institution. It's about the weakening of the institution. It's about the undermining of the institution that has consequence far into the future. So this is not a joke matter. So where the Deputy Attorney General is saying that this is technical, it is not for them to tell us that. It is our democracy. How people fought for us to have a democracy today, and for them, for their convenient political motive to set up this thing as though that we should believe in a committee that is set. We cannot hang our hopes on a committee. I'd like
You are not also understanding.
If you have that mindset, you will get the expression wrong. I'm sorry. I told you to keep quiet, and you're not keeping quiet. That's not how to work. Your approach and your mindset tells me that that is perhaps why these problems have not been resolved.
These things they are demanding, of course, is to help their work, to serve the people better, like we are saying, and the fact that they are demanding now for things to help them work. Fortunately, this is not salary, this is nothing. This is to help serve the people better.
In effect,
and we believe they should be supported to do this.
Is apology negotiable?
No, it's not.
So
that's one of the. We think our minister is reasonable. We think a minister can place a call and call this young gentleman even to Accra and turn this quote unquote bad situation around. And
we want a public apology.
We definitely want that would be the best, because what incident happened in public.
Yes, fascinating things to discuss today on the Super Morning Show right here on Joy. And not only the suspension of the Chief Justice, not only the dismissal of the Tamale Teaching Hospital medical director, but also Galamsey.
This company has not only trespassed into protected reserves, but has become a criminal syndicate. One representative of Akunta Mining is the liaison of these dealings. He serves as the gatekeeper, negotiating fees and granting illegal access. The concessions are then subleased to individuals like one Mr. Henry and another individual identified as Shaq, who are to oversee the devastation of the Abois Forest Reserve in the Tano River. A weekly royalties of 250 grams of gold are to be paid to the company.
Imagine. Not only are you doing illegal things, but you're also subleasing government forest reserves to others to also do illegal things, and you are collecting seals for it. Well, that's the accusation made against Akunta Mining by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, for which reason their license has been suspended, revoked, if you will. I have to check something. Was anybody from Akunta Mining arrested, or was it just their license that was revoked? Are there any reports of anyone from Akunta Mining being arrested?
I need to check.
Okay.
Because, people who are mining in the forest have been arrested. But from what I gathered, it didn't say, from the report that I read, it didn't say that he had arrested somebody from Akunta Mining, no.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get into it today on Political Thursday. We'll also spend a bit of time on the CJ's suspension. This is a matter that has brought up several legal opinions, and of course laymen's opinions, and they all add up to make the conversation. So today we're getting into that. But the big one, the topical one, the Tamale Teaching Hospital medical director has been sacked, and there are some who are saying that this is unacceptable. The Ghana Medical Association is actually calling for an apology to be rendered to a medical officer who, according to them, was chastised publicly by the health minister, particularly for issues that they believe really it should be the government that is solving those problems anyway. So they think that chastisement was wrong, and that there should be a public apology from the health minister for it. Yeah. Well, today we'll talk about it. We'll talk not just about that, but even about the idea of the spot checks, which is what the health minister has decided to do. He's been to several other hospitals, including Ridge, and Tamale Teaching Hospital was just the latest in his series of spot check hospitals. He goes with cameras and he tries to assess the well, let's call it the state of these hospitals. In Tamale, he was very unhappy. Among the issues raised, in fact, the one that took him there was the fact that someone had died previously, and it was believed that that death could have been prevented. At least the family members of the patient believed that the death could have been prevented. They believed that a bed wasn't given to the person, a ventilator wasn't provided for the person, and for this reason the person died. And the health minister certainly didn't think that the hospital had handled it properly. It turned into an altercation. All of it played out on camera, and as a result, the Ghana Medical Association is calling for an apology from the health minister for publicly chastising.
You see, Kojo, I've seen the video, and you just played bits of it. When the medical director was speaking, when the doctor was speaking, the minister asked him to keep quiet and listen to him. Okay? I am sure that if he had allowed the doctor to speak, he probably would have had the explanation he wanted. For me, that's where the issue starts from. Look, doctors are not above criticism, and I would never say a doctor is above criticism, because we've had challenges with the work that doctors do sometimes, and if we've complained. I have complained about how I went to the hospital with my wife in 2017. She was going to deliver. We were told that we had lost the baby at 38 and a half weeks. And the doctor told me that it's left with, a GP told me that since it's left with 1.5 weeks, she can continue carrying the baby until it comes out. But even in my layman's mindset, the baby is dead, so how can the baby be? When we met the guy, he said, what was the doctor's name? I told him, he said, we have to educate him. Because, yes, doctors would make mistakes. Those doctors would have to be taken through due process. Now, when you go to a teaching hospital, and listen, I know Kwabena Minta Kando. We went to the University of Cape Coast together. We were both engaged in student activism. He's moved on into national politics. I am here. I'm sorry, but what he did, it looked to me as if he just wanted that kind of picture to show that, okay, these people are not working. I've come here and this is what I have seen. If you take your time, you would understand what the problems are. If you read the statement from the doctors, they are now telling you what you need to provide for them before they get back to work. What that suggests to me is that they have been improvising for a very long time. There are problems, and these cannot be problems that the ministry will not be aware of.
Well, that's I'll let you land.
So they've been improvising for a very long time, and if they're improvising, when you show up there, first of all, ask what the problems are, why that child, and if you want to investigate the death of a child, the investigations would not be completed in public like that through these form of exchanges. No.
Okay. It's kind of like I agree with parts of what you're saying, but I disagree with some parts. Okay. First of all, I think even the idea of the health minister actually making spot checks, with or without cameras, is good. I think we need it. We need it because we are getting to a point where, Winston, our doctors, much as we have amazing doctors, and I keep having to make this point, because we have some amazing doctors that honestly we should be awarding, giving national awards to, because they do things like you said, they improvise. They solve problems that the system should solve, the state should solve, and fails to solve. They step in and solve those problems, and doctors like that should be commended. If there are doctors like that at Tamale Teaching Hospital, they should be commended. However, there is also a general attitude of doctors that when it comes to their work, they don't take criticism well. And I'm being general here, I'm generalizing. So naturally, I don't mean every doctor. It's important to make that point. I've talked to judges judges who tell me that when negligence cases come to them, the attitude is the posture of the doctor. That is the worst thing. Someone's family member is dead, but for the doctor it is business as usual. It is normal. And you see, if you want to have that attitude, fair enough, but not in front of the patient's family. You know, the patient's family was there. Yes. And one of the and you see, this is what in the little clip I played here, it wasn't there. It had happened just before the part we played. The doctors at the hospital were telling the health minister that the matter has been blown out of proportion. How do you say that to someone whose child is dead? That the matter has been blown out of proportion. It is very insensitive to say such a thing. And if that is the reason why you hear the health minister telling them to keep quiet, then I completely agree.
Well, that's certainly, that's certainly not the reason he tells them to keep quiet.
Well, we have to play the full clip.
Well, hold on, but that's not the reason he tells them to keep quiet. The point is this. Yes, it's insensitive to say that in the presence of the family. I agree with you. That doctor probably should have calmed down. And it is the reason I also said here that when an issue of this nature has happened, the best way to deal with it is not exchanges in public. And so the health minister ought to have known. Because if you're going to a hospital, if any of us is going to that hospital, we actually would have found out the challenges the hospital is going through and everything the hospital is going through. Because sometimes in this country, and I don't hold beef, but sometimes in this country, those in authority pretend everything is all right when they themselves have put us in that position.
Although in this case, Winston, the purpose of this visit is to find out what is wrong.
So if you're finding out,
so
find out.
Yes, if you go there to find out and you are hearing a doctor telling you that the matter has been blown out of proportion when someone's child is dead, honestly, as for his reaction, I would have probably reacted even worse. So I don't want to judge the minister on his reaction. I am far more interested in the general the general problem we have with this lack of value we are placing on the lives of patients. And by the way, it's not every doctor. I keep having to say this. It's not every doctor, because we have excellent doctors who care even more than they should.
But you see, even that particular doctor we're talking about, there's evidence to show. When he started, he was talking about there's evidence to show. And if you go online, you may have seen people talking about how he's gone beyond his means. You're talking about doctors who do that for people. He's an example. That is why I'm telling you that the approach the minister adopted is not the best. Hold on, Kojo.
Yes.
You can argue, but I'm telling you that the approach the minister adopts. Somebody says the matter has been blown out of proportion. This head is explaining something to you. Somebody says something you do not like. It doesn't mean that, you see, because the moment you behave that way, and we talk about emotional intelligence all the time. I mean, if you go in there and somebody said something and you're dealing with it, you're trying to find a solution to a problem, and you do it that way, as if the guy doesn't know what he's about, and the next moment he hears on radio that he has been fired for what?
By the way,
anyway, let's move.
By the way, I mean we do have to move on, but let's be clear here. If we are talking about emotional intelligence, then I think we also have to point out that the doctor didn't demonstrate emotional intelligence, and his example of it is actually worse. In front of the patient's family, that is a bigger lack of emotional intelligence. And let's call a spade a spade. No matter what the situation is, you as the doctor, especially the person who manages this facility, you know far more than this health minister who has come to ask you about your facility. So it is actually your responsibility to communicate in a way that makes the issues clear, so people understand, okay, well, I don't have a ventilator because I asked you, the health ministry, for a ventilator. You didn't give me one.
Well, I think we're going back. I mean, we're going around in circles, because that's something that the guy wasn't allowed to explain. So let's move on. I mean, we're going around in circles, because the man isn't allowed to make his point. And everybody would have seen that in the video.
We're going to play the clip so that everyone gets it when we get into the conversation. But there isn't time. We have to move on. By the way, very quickly, Say It Right earlier today was brought to you by Kingdom Books. Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. It was also brought to you by Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you. There's more coming up on the Super Morning Show. Your views matter. It's not just ours. So tell us what you think about these issues. The Tamale Teaching Hospital sacking of their medical director is topical. Use the hashtag JoySMS.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
All right, MNC Properties reminds you that they are your home ownership partner. You can get affordable houses, you can get fresh property, you can get property management services, sale of litigation-free land. So take advantage of their premium listing website to advertise, rent, and in fact, sell your property. Your smooth journey to home ownership starts with M&C. Speak to them on 0302 551 917. M&C Properties, choice of class.
And I'm sure you've heard about the incredible benefits of Exilium from Total Energies. Well, let me tell you more about this premium fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 power, because Total Energies has introduced Exilium new formula, the additive enriched fuel, with its powerful 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives. Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. You drive, sir, experience the difference with Total Energies Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium. Choose quality.
All right, now listen, conferencing doesn't have to be the same old boring routine. The location of your next conference can be both result-centered and relaxing. Aqua Safari Resort gives you the best of both worlds and more. Let them take the stress out of the process. Just call them on 054-011-0190 and watch your conferences and events effortlessly taken care of.
So renewing your motor insurance policy with SG Ghana is not just about getting reliable cover for you and your vehicle. There are amazing extra benefits that will blow your mind. From now to the 30th of May 2025, buy or renew your comprehensive motor insurance policy with SG Ghana Sound Drive and win big in the SG Insure and Win promo. You stand the chance of winning a 2-night all-expense paid stay for 2 at the luxurious Safari Valley Resort. You could also win 4 brand new tires or free car servicing for a whole year. There's more. Get up to 1,000 free fuel instantly just for renewing or buying your comprehensive motor insurance policy from SG Ghana. Call 0302-214-314 for more information, or walk into the nearest SG Ghana branch to buy or renew your motor insurance policy today. This is regulated by NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. SG Ghana Sound Drive is underwritten by Sanlam Alliance General. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
All right, now don't forget that it's important how you store your water, and there is only one tank that meets the standard. It's the tortoise tank, the Syntex tank, the champion of water tanks. If your water tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. Syntex is strong and durable. It's built to survive our Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So listen, go outside, check your tank. If it doesn't have a tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that is tough like a tortoise. Call 0244-335-163 to buy now, or find one of their 400 agents across the country. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, a strong, a tough.
So grab the chance to win big in the Access Bank Fakitwa Beji Kesia promo. Simply deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis into your new existing Access Bank current or savings account to join the promo. Increase it to 500 Ghana cedis or more, and then qualify for a draw. For young customers, solo accounts, spend 500 cedis or more with any Access Visa card after your 250 Ghana cedis deposited, qualify for a reward. The more you deposit, the higher your chance of winning. Don't sit back. Deposit now and stand a chance to win a share of over 500,000 in cash cash and other amazing rewards like PS5, iPhone 16, and Chromebook, and much more in our 4 monthly mini draws and 2 mega draws. This promo runs from now till September 2025 in partnership with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Join the Fakitwa Beji Kesia train. Save now for the future and win big. For more information, visit our website ghana.accessbankplc.com or call toll free 0800 00 4400. Access Bank, more than banking.
Okay, now don't forget to go to kingdomstoreonline.com for the best quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery from Kingdom Books. Now, the great thing about it is you can pay via Momo across all networks, and they'll deliver to your home or office in very good time. If you live in Accra or Tema, it's free delivery. Terms and conditions apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
So here's some exciting news from the bank with the coolest tagline, not just another bank. Yes, you heard right. Not Omni Basic Bank's new tagline is not just another bank. We're redefining banking with a renewed commitment to making you our cherished partner, the happiest customer. Visit any of our branches to update your records with us or call us on 0307 086 or 0302 758 555 or toll free 0800 100 790. Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank.
All right, stay with us. We've got sports, we've got birthdays, we've got Uncle Abel White and food for thought. All of it coming up on the Super Morning Show. Stay tuned.
At his spunky new office to congratulate him on opening his business. And man, was I impressed. The business is just moving quick. The sales, customers, everything is just working seamlessly. The secret? He said,
it's MTN Business Broadband. In this fast-paced environment, we need fast and reliable internet to support all business types. No laggy online meetings, great download and upload speeds, impeccable business management systems, all inclusive. I mean, you can have it all.
Sharp! I signed on immediately.
To enable your business stay ahead and stay connected, make sure you're signed on to the best internet made just for businesses. MTN Business Broadband. Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh and manage your account on my MTN app. Call 0244 308 111 for more information. We are good together everywhere you go.
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
The books are in and the boots are out, guys. The kids have entered the building. The future of African football is happening right here in Legon Stadium, Ghana. This is history in the making. We are seeing the Nesta Bedipele, DJ Drogba, or Samoa Jan right here on the pitch. Ghana, let's play now. Come support our future stars at the CAF African Schools Football Championship from April 21 to 26. CAF African Schools Football Championship. Engage, encourage, educate.
All right, birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go, and Bank of Africa, the African Bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. We will bring you those birthday messages a bit later on the show, and there are some special ones to do, including, by the way, this one is quickly, Julius Deborah. It's his birthday today.
Yeah.
Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. Happy birthday to you, sir. We'll talk more about that later. But right now, it's time for the Joy Sports Center. And that is brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go. Standard Chartered Bank. Here for good. Franco Trading. Still. Phone Papa Fie. FPAC blows your pain away, and of course this football season is heating up, so catch the FA Cup, Europa and Champions Leagues live in HD this April and May on DSTV. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
And my people, you know, Thursdays are now extra special on MTN. Yes, your Thursday just got more exciting because from now on, you get a nice 25% bonus on your first data bundle purchase of the day when you bundle on my MTN app or use *138#. This and every Thursday on MTN. MTN is saying that's not enough for a lovely customer like you, so they're offering a free extra movie ticket when you pay with Momo at the Silverbird Cinemas at the Accra and West Hills Mall. For those of you in Kumasi, you get free tickets at the Golden Cinemas in the Kumasi Mall. If you ask me, I think your movie dates are sorted from now on. This is what I call a sweet deal. So set your reminders, bundle on my MTN or *138# and make the best of your 25% first bundle discount, and visit the cinemas, use Momo and get your free extra movie tickets on MTN's Yellow Thursday.
Okay, now don't forget, Franco Trading has everything you could possibly need by way of phones. You can get Nokia, Samsung, iPhones, and of course, not just that, but smart TVs from 32 to 100 inches wide. You can also get Franco air conditioners from 1.5 to 2.5 horsepower. They also have fridge freezers, refrigerators, chest freezers, refrigerators, as well as washing machines, microwaves, blenders, and CCTV camera systems with some really great features. Now you can get any of these at a 40% discount if you shop on their digital platforms. Here's what you do: call 0246 422 338 or just download the Franco app on the Google Play Store. You can also go to francotrading.com to learn more. Still, phone Papa Fie.
Now, at Standard Chartered, believe it's essential to take the right step towards achieving financial stability. So that is a perfect opportunity to set your financial goals and start on the right path. An input from a professional can make the difference. At Standard Chartered Wealth Management Company Limited, you have access to a wide range of investment options that offer you monthly and half-yearly interest payments through diversified investment portfolios. Call us on 0233000041 or 0200127755, or visit us on the 4th floor of the Pebia House Airport, Accra today, and speak with our certified investment advisors on what options suit your financial objectives and risk appetite. Time now for sports with Victor Achu Tamaklo.
Well, we've got quite a bit to unpack this morning, starting with this.
Mistake. Bad mistake as well. Raya off his line. It is a sensational finish from Mateta. A defensive error, emphatically punished. And barely 2 minutes after coming on, Mateta takes advantage.
Liverpool move within a point of the Premier League title as error-prone Arsenal let slip 2 points against Crystal Palace. Also in this bulletin,
Galarreta over the top, looking to Iñaki Williams. It's wonderful from Iñaki, and he fires Athletic Club into an early lead at San Mamés. 6 goals for the season. And it's a trademark run from Iñaki Williams in behind the Las Palmas defence.
Iñaki Williams fires Athletic Club to a vital victory against Las Palmas with his 20th goal contribution this season. Plus, Real Madrid cut Barcelona's lead in La Liga to just 4 points with a narrow win against Getafe last night. These and more to come in the next 10 minutes. But first, Ghana's under-15 boys opened their African Schools Championship campaign with a 2-0 win over Uganda at the University of Ghana Stadium, while the girls' team beat Morocco by a goal to nil. Lawrence Bedo of the Joy Sports Desk has more in this report.
The boys had to score 2 against Uganda, with both goals coming from John Ando. A goal in each half of the game meant that Kojo Yankson side pick up all 3 points. It could have been more for the team, and Kojo Yankson is hoping he can go back to the drawing board and rectify the mistakes.
When it happens that way, it gives you fair assessment as to what to do next. So as they have come, or they have occurred, we are going to work on that. It means we have to still work on the scoring. So we are going to work on that to make sure that we score more goals in the next game that we are going to play.
Jennifer Ewuku did the magic for the Black Damsels as she scored the only goal against Morocco. I mean, it was a game that was difficult for Team Ghana, but then the most important thing was getting the 3 points. Head coach of the side, Joyce Boafi Ejay, believes that the team could have scored more goals, but for the environment and the conditions with which they played under.
Yes, not really shy of themselves, but looking at the stage, just even look at the environment itself, the stadium, the euphoria, the supporters, the anxiety, the fear of even disappointing the fans itself, even brings some kind of tension on them. So you have to take it easy, calm them down, keep talking and helping them to play with your mouth.
Next up for the boys is their second group game against South Africa, who also recorded another convincing win over their Algerian counterpart. 2 teams who scored 2 goals in their opening games are up next on Thursday at 11 a.m. For the girls, they take up the challenge against Benin in their next game, hoping to wrap up qualification into the next stage of the competition.
Local football next. An interim Kumasi Asante Kotoko coach, Karim Zito, has assured the club's fans that their dream of a double this season is still alive despite their recent struggles. The Porcupine Warriors are currently 6th on the league table, 6 points off the top spot, and have not won any game in their last 4 matches in the league. Well, addressing his first press conference after stepping into the role, Zito gave optimism to the fans.
All what we are after now is to see us back to the. So it's not about football now. Football is about moment. There's a moment when I told my boys, that was dreams. Now we catch up at the moment when the league is going to an end. There's no another chance again. So for now, the supporters, you have to tell them it's not about fine football now. It's about who wins. And this is what we are going to struggle to do. Yesterday we told them 18 points and they say it's starting. So I'm more concerned about the game against Ghana.
Well, the experienced trainer also claimed that Kotoko players may have forgotten their targets because they've become too comfortable at the clubhouse.
We met the players, we saw their predicament, so many problems. We went to the clubhouse and they feel so comfortable. I saw that they feel so comfortable. I don't know how to focus. I know the interest. Yeah, sometimes human beings feel so comfortable. He forget his target in life. So it is our problem to not only on the field of play. That is why it is good for you as a coach to study psychology.
Let's talk about athletics now, because the Ghana Olympic Committee will vote to select new leaders at its elective congress on Saturday, April 26, at the Accra International Conference Center, with over 30 candidates aspiring for various positions. There's more in this Joy Sports report.
Among other changes, the governing body for the Olympic sports in Ghana will see a new president for the first time in 8 years. This follows the decision of incumbent Benunu Mensah not to seek re-election after serving for 2 terms. Over 30 candidates have filed nominations to contest various positions, from president to board members, in what is anticipated to be a high-stakes election that will determine the leadership of the GOC for the next 4 years. However, all eyes will be on the position of president, where Richard Kofi Akpokavi, a seasoned sports administrator and former captain of the national hockey team, will face off against Michael Udum Agri, the immediate past president of the Ghana Golf Association. Several other positions are expected to be hotly contested, including General Secretary and Treasurer. For General Secretary, Ghana Cycling Chief Mohamed Badai Sanhun will go up against Ghana Swimming Secretary Mohamed Muniru Kasim. The race for the third vice president will feature chef de mission for the African Games 2023 and baseball and softball president Enes Danso against Mohamed Mahadi, the immediate past third vice president and president of the Ghana Fencing Association. The contest for control over the GOC's finances is particularly competitive, with 5 candidates vying for the treasurer and assistant treasurer positions. Ghana Badminton President Ivan Zeboa and Ghana Tennis President Isaac Abuajidia will contest the treasurer role, while 3 candidates, Bernard Korte from the Ghana Boxing Federation, former MPP parliamentary candidates for the Ododo constituency, and Handball Association President Edward Patrick Nilante Bannerman, and Ghana Basketball Federation Treasurer Aurora Commodore Topa are in the run for the assistant treasurer.
That was Ebenezer Sadari's report on the GOC's elective congress. Presidential candidate Michael Odumagro says his goal is to improve how sports federations are run in the country.
We're going to build on the structures that have been put together, because it is on the foundation of those structures that we can build and bring successes to the committee. So we're going to strengthen the manner in which federations are run, so that federations can be accountable and as transparent as we would like to be. When all of this is done, we can then take the focus onto the athletes, who are the center of what we want to do, the development of sports in Ghana. And ultimately, we want to take Ghana back to winning ways.
Well, that was Michael Odumagro speaking to Joy Sports. Let's head to England now, where Liverpool are now within a point of the Premier League title. And this is because last night Crystal Palace twice came from behind to draw 2-2 with second place Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium. A draw against Tottenham Hotspur at Anfield on Sunday will essentially be enough for Ancelot's side, who lead Arsenal by 12 points to clinch their 20th Premier League title, equaling Man United's record. Meanwhile, reports coming in yesterday say that Arsenal are now open to extending Thomas Partey's stay beyond the season. David Ornstein of The Athletic is the man who broke the news.
They are in talks with him over a new deal. It was assumed that he would be leaving when that existing contract came to an end. He's at the age of 31, and it wouldn't be a great surprise given all of his injuries. But I think his return to prominence for Mikel Arteta's team has made Arteta and the club be very keen on him remaining here at the Emirates Stadium. It's something that Thomas Partey is very keen on himself. He's happy at Arsenal, and as I understand it, he would be open to a new 2-year contract or a 1-year contract with an option to extend by 12 months.
Well, that was David Ornstein of The Athletic speaking there in La Liga. But before that, though, let's get more reactions on that Asamoah Gyan and Thomas Partey story, because Gyan was in the studios of Joy FM last week and he spoke on the same subject, ranking Partey among the best 3 midfielders in the world at the moment.
Partey is one of the best midfielders in the world right now, and there's no dispute about that. And, what he has done for Arsenal so far, if you watch his stats, anytime he starts for Arsenal, check the wins, the percentage of when he's playing. So I think he's a huge figure when it comes to Arsenal. So all I say is give him a contract. That's it. He can play for any club because his type of midfield, the Rodri type, and everybody that holding midfield. I would say he's the top 3 in the world right now.
In La Liga, Iñaki Williams scored the only goal for Athletic Club against Las Palmas to put them in firm contention for a place in the Champions League next season, as they sit 4th with 60 points. That goal was the Ghanaians' 7th in the league and 11th overall in all competitions, in addition to 9 assists this season. Real Madrid also secured a slim 1-0 win over Getafe to close the gap on Barcelona to 4 points with their 7-2. Luka Jovic double, meanwhile in Italy, and a goal from Tijani Reinders helped AC Milan to outclass Inter by 3-0 on Wednesday until a 4-1 aggregate win to reach the Coppa Italia final. That win sets up a showdown against either Bologna or Empoli, who play the second leg of their semi-final today, with Bologna defending a 3-0 lead from the first encounter. That ends the Joy Sports Center. Back to you, Winston.
Thank you very much, Victor Achutamaklo. Means that we can now go for food for thought, brought to us by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. And Koba Our Lives Simplified. Uncle.
My favorite, how about you say?
Yes, Uncle.
How are you doing this morning?
Uncle, God is taking care of his children. We are fine. And hope you're fine too.
Oh, I'm good. I'm doing good. I love that response that you give. God is taking care of his children.
Sure.
Yeah. It's wonderful. And it would be wonderful if God's children also take care of one another. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's equally important. We have to.
Listen, I'm going to try something today, a new approach to food for thought. See how you like it.
Okay.
I know you are you are crazy enough to enjoy some creative things. So let's see how this one goes.
Okay, let's see how it goes.
All right. But before then, let me say good morning to Abigail Araba White. She's my niece.
Okay.
Of the University of Professional Studies, Accra, UPSA. Today is her birthday. Abigail Araba White. Happy birthday, and this is from your uncle. I love you. You're a great girl, and have a fantastic day. Now, Winston, here we go. This is the fourth and the final installment of my reflections on Easter 2025. And for this presentation, I invite you to join me on a 7-mile trip from Jerusalem to a small village called Emmaus. It is the afternoon of the day of the resurrection, and we catch up with two men who identify themselves as disciples of Jesus, although they are not among the 12 as we know them.
Okay.
When we catch up with them, we find them in a terrible emotional state. They are sad, disillusioned, and in despair. They had been in the upper room with Jesus for the Last Supper, and the image of Jesus taking bread and breaking it and giving it to them is still very fresh on their minds. And so is the picture of Jesus hanging and dying on the cross. They had been too broken to leave Jerusalem and return to their village for 2 days after the death of Jesus. But this is the third day, and things are going on. They find confusing, overwhelming, and just too much. And so they are getting away from it all. What has happened to make them want to get away from it all? Well, first, some of the women who have been part of the followers of Jesus had gone to the tomb that morning and returned with very disturbing reports that they found the tomb of Jesus that had been sealed, open, and empty.
Okay.
They reported that they had seen angels who told them that Jesus had risen from the dead and such nonsense. And then some of the men had followed up on the report and gone to the tomb themselves. And they had returned to confirm that, as the women said, the tomb was indeed empty and no one knew what seemed to be going on. To these two disciples, nothing makes sense anymore. Everyone seemed to be losing their minds, and they did not want to be part of it anymore. But just then, we realized that a stranger has fallen in step with us. He says to the men, "Hey guys, what are you guys talking about so deeply? What's going on?" The question seems to bring back memories of what the men had witnessed and experienced in Jerusalem. They get very emotional, and one of them says to the stranger, "Are you the only one visiting Jerusalem who does not know the things that have happened there in these days?" "What things?" the stranger asked. The question gives the men an opportunity to air their pain and despair. They replied, "About Jesus of Nazareth. Wait, you never heard of him? He was a prophet, powerful in word and in deed. The miracles he did, the wisdom in his teachings, man. But the chief priests and our rulers, oh, God will punish them via. They handed him over to be sentenced to death, and they crucified him. Can you imagine? Terrible. You know what is painful about it all? We had hoped that he was the one who was going to redeem Israel. And now it is the third day since all this took place. Third day. And some of our women are making matters worse. They've gone bonkers. They went to the tomb early this morning, but didn't find his body. They came and told us that they had seen visions of angels who said he was alive. Alive! We saw the man die. And then some of our companions went to the tomb and found it just as the woman had said. But they did not see Jesus. Man, it's all too much. The stranger casts into their lamentations and stuns them into silence with, how foolish you are, and how slow to believe all that the prophets have spoken. Did not the Messiah have to suffer these things and then enter his glory? And then beginning with Moses and all the prophets, he explains what is said in all the scriptures concerning the Messiah. You know, it is said that there are people who say things, and there are people who have things to say. This man had things to say. We could have listened to him all day and all night. Insight was what? Intelligence was what? Eloquence was what? The man had it all. We arrive at Emmaus, the destination of the two men, but the stranger says he is going further. The men, still mesmerized by the encounter with this stranger, beg him to stay the night, since it could be dangerous for a stranger to be on the road at night alone. Eventually, the stranger agrees to stay for the night. At dinner, he takes the bread, gives thanks, breaks it, and gives it to them. But the men react as if they had seen a ghost. They scream, "You are the Lord! You are the Master! So it is true! You are risen from the dead!" But the stranger was gone. He has simply vanished. One moment he was sitting at the table. The next, he was not there. The two men make for the door. "Hey, where are you going?" we shout after them. "To Jerusalem," they shout back. "The disciples must know." And off they go, running as if they are being chased. We do not follow them. We have a lot to chew on. But there's one question I cannot get out of my mind. What if the men had not insisted that the stranger stayed the night? We would all have missed that incredible experience of encountering the risen Christ. You know, it pays to be nice to people, even strangers. It pays to practice hospitality, because if you don't, you could lose a lot of blessings without knowing. It pays to be thoughtful of the needs of others, because it was the thoughtfulness of the two men that gave them the privilege of encountering the risen Christ. Question: have you been thoughtful of someone today? And I would just say that is my presentation for this morning.
I like that, except that these disciples, it felt like they are Ghanaians.
Oh no, you'll find a lot of Ghanaians in the Bible.
Yes, even the way they go about everything. Anyway, thank you very, very much, Uncle White, for joining us with Food for Thought. And that's Food for Thought, brought to us by Roverman Productions, Be the Difference, and Koba Our Lives Simplified, which means we can now bring you the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts. The World Bank has announced it is rolling out new strategies that will enable government create jobs for more Ghanaians. This will target more than 500,000 graduates coming out of the country's educational institutions. The Bank of Ghana's Specialized Deposit Taking Institutions and Payment Service Providers 2024 fraud report has revealed attempted cases declined by 18% in 2024 as compared to 2023. Mining firm Goldfields says it remains committed to operating in Ghana after it reached an agreement with government for a productive way forward for the Damine mine. And the price of Donald Trump's cryptocurrency has soared after the US president promised to host 2 special events for his top investors. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bengana. We stand with you and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
All right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And are you an individual trader looking to expand your business? Then look no further, because Consolidated Bank Ghana Solo Loan is the perfect financial boost for you. Access a loan of up to 200,000 with no collateral required and repay conveniently within 12 months. The Consolidated Bank Ghana Solo Loan is designed to support your daily operations and ensure the uninterrupted cash flow of your business. Sign up for the Consolidated Bank Ghana Solo Loan today and take your business to the next level. Experience a quick, easy process when you apply. Remember, no collateral is required, and for enquiries, visit any Consolidated Bank Ghana branch nationwide or call their contact center on 0302216000 or via their social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly Twitter. Email them on talktous@cbg.com.gh. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you. Now, Anointed Engineering Services Limited is into the sale of ultra-silent, fuel-efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3,000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire, you will enjoy a 5-year warranty. You also want to take maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. And their services include, but not limited to, the following: 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, sale of tire lights and rental. Locate their latest branch at Pokwasi White House opposite Echo Block, and their head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 21 branches nationwide, are into skills training. They have a training school that trains students in generators, plants, auto mechanics, electricals and controls, and solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. Call them on 0243 480 334 or 0540 109493. Anointed, the generator expert. And let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show, even as we bring you Political Thursday. What are your thoughts on the happenings at the Tamale Teaching Hospital? Yes, the CEO was sacked after the health minister went to the facility. And then the medical doctors have embarked on a strike action. This morning we'll get into that conversation. Do you think the health minister actually acted right, or you'd say he did the right thing and that the doctors are behaving as though no one can criticize them? Also, we have a conversation about the suspension of the Chief Justice and petitions for her removal. We've seen the petitions now. We'll share them with you here on the Super Morning Show, even as our team of politicians analyze them. Social media messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa, and number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief. So you know that every day people face different emergencies. Police emergency, fire emergency, medical emergency, you name them. But many Ghanaians don't know the emergency numbers. Well, here's one you would always want to remember. Star 770 hash. Yes, star 770 hash is the EcoBank money emergency number, and it gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bill payments, airtime and data purchases, and so much more. You don't need internet for this service. Just dial star 770 hash. No need to panic in any money emergency, because EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial star 770 hash now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Oh yeah, EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah, oh yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You gon' enjoy it. Hit my check. can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even church tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple.
Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Kim promise.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me.
Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat?
I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Welcome back. This is the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM with me, Winston Amoa. And on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies. Our focus will be on these.
It shouldn't be politicized at all. At this stage, we are not even sure whether the allegations are proven. And I'm sure you are aware that finding that the case exists to be answered, that is the prima facie case, does not necessarily mean that the Chief Justice is guilty of the allegations. It only means that the allegations are not proven.
This is not about the Chief Justice person. It's about the institution. It's about the weakening of the institution. It's about the undermining of the institution that has consequence far into the future. So this is not a joke matter. So where the Deputy Attorney General is saying that this is technical, it is not for them to tell us that. It is our democracy. How people fought for us to have a democracy today, and for them, for their convenient political motive to set up this thing as though that we should believe in a committee that is set. We cannot hang our hopes on a committee. And life has been lost. That's why it's blown up. No, can you imagine if it was related to you? I'm not also understanding. If you have that mindset, you will get the expression wrong. Sorry, after a minute. I told you to keep quiet, and you're not keeping quiet. That's not how to work. The approach and your mindset tells me that that is perhaps why these problems have not been resolved.
These things they are demanding, of course, is to help their work, to serve the people better, like we are saying, and the fact that they are demanding now for things to help them work. Fortunately, this is not salary, this is nothing. This is to help serve the people better. In effect, and we believe they should be supported to do this.
Is apology negotiable?
No, it's not.
So that's one of the.
We think our minister is reasonable. We think a minister can place a call and call this young gentleman even to Accra and turn this quote unquote bad situation around. And
we want a public apology.
We definitely want that would be the best, because what incidents happened in public.
Well, so that's these are issues that we're discussing here on the Super Morning Show. We'll be talking about the suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu after the determination of a prima facie and a committee set up to investigate allegations of misconduct, incompetence against her, and also get into a conversation about whether or not the health minister, Kobna Minta Kando, got it right in Tamale when he engaged the medical director of the CEO, of the Tamale Teaching Hospital. Well, the doctors in the Tamale Teaching Hospital have embarked on a strike action. They're making a lot of demands, starting off with a public apology, and then they want the provision of essential goods before they resume operations.
Some clarity is required. I'm made to understand that the altercation that the health minister had was not actually with the medical director. It was with another medical officer, not with the medical director himself. Apparently, there was no acrimonious altercation with the medical director. It was only this other individual who apparently was asked to keep quiet. So the apology is being called for this other individual, right? Not for the medical director.
They've asked the minister to apologize.
To who?
For whatever transpired there.
Oh, okay, not to apologize to a particular person. But you know, in that sound you just played, they were saying that the person can even be called to Accra. Yeah. Who are they referring to?
The person he had the altercation with.
So that would be the other person, not the medical director.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and if you listen to the full video, you'd hear instances where the minister talks about it, they having to improvise and all of that. Actually, when we get into the conversation, but I mean, if you've followed the health sector, our doctors improvise all the time.
Yeah.
In most instances. So what I expect, if you're going there, and we've actually seen people, look, parts of the things that bothers me is the fact that you've seen individuals starting fundraising opportunities to provide incubators and all of these things to health facilities. Now, it'll be important to ask a very simple question. So, how come that in this country called Ghana, the health of the citizens are not prioritized? That the basic things that are needed cannot be provided. Recently, even when lift elevator at the Kojo Teaching Hospital was not functioning, is it a surgical ward or a medical block? The lift wasn't functioning. It had to take days, weeks for it to be fixed. Yes. And I ask, and I say this, look, in this country, hospitals, these teaching hospitals have internally generated funds, and it would always make the reference, you use them. But what is the source of the internally generated funds? Now, a lot of people who get to these hospitals are on the National Health Insurance Scheme. How often are these funds released to the facilities? It's a question we'll get answers to here on the Super Morning Show. But Telecel Cash, your secure and convenient cash platform, is still offering the lowest charges ever. Even better, sending money from Telecel Cash to Telecel Cash is still free on the Telecel Play app. So whether you're paying school fees or sending cash to your favorite people, send the keke. Remember, you can make payments to all other networks anywhere. Cash transfer is accepted as a means of payment. Dial *110# or download the Telecel Play app today. Now send the keke. Telecel. Stay with us. When we return, we get into the conversation here on the Super Morning Show.
Auntie T, abeg, fix me gobetete Ghana. No garri, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, brah, that be dangerous combination, no.
Problem no day. I fit handle am.
For Telecel, we dey bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you dey want am. Dial *530#, then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Paying or getting paid? Koba day for you.
Driver, I don't have cash on you.
Oh, madam, you can pay through Koba.
Oh, you use Koba too? That makes it easy.
Receive payment from your customers and make bulk payment in just a few clicks. Madam, I received the money.
Hello, Coffee.
Mom, you still haven't sent me the airtime, and the house internet is finished. My game.
I'm sorry, darling. Doing that right away.
With Koba, you can send airtime to your friends and family and load data for some great entertainment.
Madam, here are the foodstuff.
Thank you.
You can use the short code *365# or the Koba mobile app to make your payment.
Get a designated short code today and start receiving payment with real-time visibility into all your payments with Koba. Pay your suppliers and staff in just a few clicks. For more information, call 0200 404010.
Koba, there you click pew
and you hear pew pew. Transaction done.
Koba, our life simplified.
Are you tired of rising fuel costs and frequent service and maintenance draining your budget? Are you a transport business thinking of the best eco-friendly and cost-saving option for a car? Then switch to the Cerio Nano 3 electric vehicle. The Cerio Nano 3 EV is proudly marketed and distributed in Ghana by Anointed Engineering Services Limited. The sleek Cerio Nano 3 electric vehicle, with its advanced technology and high performance, emits zero emissions emissions because it does not run on fossil fuels. No need to worry about a charging station because you can charge your cereal at home directly by plugging into the socket. The Cereal Nano 3 electric vehicle offers unmatched comfort, interior design, fast charging, long-lasting battery, and a portable digital ultra-silent genset for backup charging no matter your power situation anywhere. Visit our brand new and ultra-modern showrooms in Accra and Kumasi. In Kumasi, Asukwa, in front of the TAT yard on the Ak Mayanka Road. Call our hotlines on 0544 340589 and 0243 480 334. Anointed also stocks genuine spare parts and delivers after-sales services 24/7 for our Cereal Nano 3 EVs. The Cereal Nano 3 electric vehicle. Experience a legacy of luxury modernized. Cereal EV. Go electric.
Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
He's become so romantic this morning with all the lovers rock.
The boys say that he who finds love finds a good thing. DJ Wobete
Ishmael Ban has found something.
Has found love.
Ishmael Ban has found love. Fascinating.
My very good friend Felix Gomashi says he's enjoying the reggae this morning.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Let me add doctor to his name.
We all are. We are all enjoying.
It's called Dr. Gomashi, not because he has done a PhD.
Okay, but
because his wife has a PhD.
Oh, fine. Sexually transmitted PhD. I've heard of those.
He says.
I've heard of those.
He says, what's the name? He said, oh, Dr. Gomashi. Who is Gomashi? I am the one.
That's all.
Felix, sorry, this one.
Well, it's 8:25 on the Super Morning Show. It's Political Thursday, and we have a conversation to have, a big one. Our guests have started to arrive. We have here in the studio Andrew Ejapa Mercer. He will, of course, be speaking for his party, the NPP. It's great to have you, Andrew. It's been a while.
Always a pleasure.
Yes, thank you so much for making the time. Of course, Mr. Ejapa Mercer is a lawyer, which means that we'll get a very unique perspective on some of the conversations that we're going to have, and we appreciate that. Our other guest is a lawyer too, Eduji Kojo Tamaklo. Will be here to represent his party, the NDC. He hasn't arrived yet, so Mr. Tamaklo, wherever you are, if you're listening, good morning to you. We're expecting you. We're waiting for your arrival, so please come over and represent your party as discussed. But those conversations will circle around these issues. The sacking of the Tamale Teaching Hospital medical director. It's become a very topical issue. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody has views on it, and we'll get into that. We'll also talk about the suspension of the Chief Justice, another big one, which has generated lots of legal and let's call it street lawyer views, and we'll
pocket lawyers.
Yes, pocket lawyer views, and we'll get into that as well. And of course, Galamsey, the heartbreak of the nation. We'll explore how things are going now. Akunta Mining has had their license revoked for allegedly carrying out some rather nefarious activities in our forest reserves. But they say they haven't been near any forest reserve. Interesting. We'll get into all of that today on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. We're about to start. But first, listen, we all want a little more sleep, before the alarm goes off, a little more, time to finish that project, a little more butter on our bread, because let's be honest, more is better. Take Ni, for example. Ni is living a life of more with the Absa Ultimate account. Now, this account isn't just a banking product. No, it is a chance to have more. Now, the Absa Ultimate account will give you retrenchment insurance, cover of up to 50,000 Ghana cedis. You get hospital, what's it called, cashback, and also you get benefits like access to seamless digital solutions, as well as travel insurance of 1 million Ghana cedis, and over 30 other benefits on the account. Plus, of course, you get more, and everybody wants more, because more is always better. So sign up for an Ultimate account today and get more. Your story matters, Absa.
So this season, Unbelievable is yours to own with DSTV, with so much content on offer. Your sport for choice. Get Unbelievable local entertainment with the House of Clues, Shakalembe Season 2, Nigerian Idol Season 10, all on Aquaba Magic. Catch unbelievable sporting moments from the Premier League, Champions League, La Liga, Serie A, Formula 1, tennis and more. Laugh along with unbelievable kids edutainment like Paw Patrol, Bluey and SpongeBob SquarePants, and experience unbelievable international shows like Law and Order, Lioness, Special Ops and Suits, LA. So what are you waiting for? Just stay connected by dialing *759# today and own the unbelievable. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
That's right. And don't forget, kingdomstoreonline.com is where you need to spend a bit of time this morning picking up the best quality office essentials, equipment, furniture and stationery from Kingdom Books. Now, they will let you pay via Momo across all networks for whatever you buy, and they will deliver to your home or office in very good time. You get free delivery if you are in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And the Ghana Revenue Authority announces for the information of the general public, especially insurance companies, insurance brokerage firms, agents, payment payment gateways, insurance policyholders, and all other relevant persons in the industry that with the passage of the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023, Act 1107 on 29th December 2023, the supply of non-life insurance products should attract VAT and applicable levies. Paragraph 19 of the first schedule to the VAT Act 2013, Act 870, as amended by Section 3A of the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023, Act 1107, designates the supply of financial services to exclude non-life insurance, where non-life insurance is defined to exclude motor vehicle insurance. So, in line with this amendment, GRA will effective Tuesday, April 1, 2025, commence the implementation of the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023, Act 1107. All entities in the insurance sector who make non-life insurance supplies should visit the nearest taxpayer service center to register for VAT and charge the tax from the effective date. GRA continues to engage all relevant stakeholders on the scope and application of the tax. For enquiries, kindly visit the nearest taxpayer service center or call GRA toll free on 0800 900 110 via WhatsApp 0552 990000 or 0200 631664. Send an email to info@gra.gov.gh and is signed by the Commissioner General.
Okay, then let's get into our conversation. We'll start from Tamale. Now, news has come through that the Tamale Teaching Hospital medical director has been relieved of his duties. Before this happened, the Minister of Health visited their facility. It was a surprise visit. He went with the media to assess the state of this hospital following reports of the death of a patient. This is what happened when the minister visited.
And lives have been lost. That's why it's blown up. No, can you imagine if it was related to you?
You are not also understanding.
If you have that mindset, if you have that mindset, you will get the expression wrong. Sorry, a minute. I told you to keep quiet, and you're not keeping quiet. That's not how to work. Your approach and your mindset tells me that that is perhaps why these problems have not been resolved. When you don't do that, keep quiet. You've given me, I've tolerated. What do you mean by you don't understand why this is blown out? And life has been lost, and you think it shouldn't be blown out? One life is important. I've ignored your protest. But you see, and that's why I want you to highlight the problems you have been going through, so that we can be seen attention. But don't say that it shouldn't be blown out.
All right. Now there's a need for some clarification here. Even though the medical director is the one who has been relieved of his duties, the altercation that you heard, or the exchange that you just heard, was between the health minister and another member of staff, another doctor at the facility, not the medical director. There wasn't an altercation with the medical director. It was with another doctor at the facility. Now, there was a response from the Ghana Medical Association. Let's hear what they had to say.
These things they are demanding, of course, is to help their work, to serve the people better, like we are saying, and the fact that they are demanding now for things to help them work. Fortunately, this is not salary, this is nothing. This is to help serve the people better.
In effect,
and we believe they should be supported to do this.
Is apology negotiable?
No, it's not.
So
that's one of the. We think our minister is reasonable. We think a minister can place a call and call this young gentleman even to Accra and turn this quote-unquote bad situation around. And
we want a public apology.
We definitely want. That would be the best, because what incident happened in public.
All right, so the Ghana Medical Association there are calling for an apology to be rendered to the doctor who had that altercation with the health minister. They believe that the way he was chastised by the health minister, asked to keep quiet, deserves an apology. And they are calling for that. They are also calling for, now the medical staff at the hospital are also calling for some facilities to be provided before they go back to work. So they are actually no longer working until those facilities are provided. All right, this is what we're going to talk about. Andre Japamesa is here. We are still waiting for Eduji Tamaklu to join us. Okay, so in the meantime, we'll start the conversation with you, Mr. Mercer.
Kojo, let me say good morning to
our cherished listeners and those who are watching us on social media platforms. I mean, I found the whole situation extremely bizarre. And I was wondering whether it was populism gone bad. Because for the minister to go, yes, certainly is entitled to make random stops at the facilities under his ministry. But to go there in the full glare of the media and to engage in this altercation with employees of the Ghana Health Service was surprising to me. Certainly, if you go attacking people for an incident that has happened at their facility, natural inclination will be for them to put up a defense. And for you to shut him down, that keep quiet. And I had my good friend and brother Hasnt, the MP for the area, also making suggestions to the effect that the medical officer should be obedient to the minister and not respond. In the full glare of the public, media men telecasting this thing all over the place. I don't know what is coming over my friends in government. My only advice to them would be that they should let cool heads prevail. You know, we are not in campaign mode. They are in government. Certainly, if the resources that have been placed at the disposal of the hospitals were enough, I'm not so sure whether they would look on for equipment to break down and not fix. And it's not only Tamale Teaching Hospital. Across the country, I mean, last year or two, you recall my own constituency and the regional hospital that is sitting there, Fiankwanta, there was an issue with some hybrophilators or something like that, if my recollection is defibrillators. Yes. Yeah. And it became a big issue. And the truth of the matter is that we as a government or we as a people don't allocate sufficient enough resources for maintaining facilities in the public service. And it's not only the hospitals. Okay, yeah, it's unfortunate that somebody had died because of the absence of a ventilator. It's unacceptable, I agree. But to react to it in a manner that the minister did, I don't think was appropriate at all. And so it begs the question, why has a medical director been sacked summarily without any due process having taken place? Initially, I was under the impression that it was a question of showing him where power lies. Okay, primarily because the sense was that the altercation included him as well. Yes, I saw the tape. The neurologist, I'm told, also had some issue with the minister. He was the one that they asked to shut up. But of course, we haven't got the benefit of the entire tape to see whether indeed and in fact the medical director also had an issue with the minister on his grounds. Hence, the summary dismissal that does not accord with due process at all. And I don't think that is the way to go. The fact that you are in government, you are a minister of state, doesn't give you the right to terminate people's appointment on the spur of the moment. You come into Accra, and I heard some clip of him and Evans Mensah, where he's saying that he has terminated the appointment of the chief executive. What power does he have to do that? Okay. Subsequently, I've read that the president has terminated the appointment of the medical officer and appointed someone in his stead who happens to be their parliamentary candidate for Karaga constituency in the 2024 general election. So are we politicizing everything, including chief executives of public institutions such as health facilities?
But I think we already
I guess that, you see, there are roles that are political in nature. I'm not so sure chief executive of hospitals are included. I'm not so sure.
What about PROs of state institutions? I mean, we've been doing this.
You see,
haven't we?
Yes, there was one instance that I recall during President Akufo-Addo's era. NGC communications director was appointed, okay, to replace somebody who I believe himself was politically appointed, okay, Alfred Ogbami. Okay, so I don't know, but I'm saying that if it was wrong, assuming, and there's cause to believe that maybe it was an overreach, should it continue? At what point do we say no, enough is enough, and so we need to, terminate that kind of actions that really does not augur well for building our public institutions? That's just my thought. But I mean, the altercation that took place was very unfortunate. It was uncalled for, and so the call by the Ghana Medical Association and the Medical Personnel Association of the Tamale Teaching Hospital seemed to be in the right direction, calling for a public apology by the minister, using the same platforms that he used to, as it were, degenerate the official of the hospital and to do the needful.
Now, some information to help with clarity. We are told that the letter dismissing the medical director is from the presidency, not from the health minister.
Yeah, but that's what he himself said on
Yes.
Evans' show, that he
Yes.
had dismissed
Yes.
the medical director.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe after those statements he was prompted that, well, you can't do it, so you better seek appropriate authorization or get the office of the president to do that.
Well, that's
after the
supposition.
fact. Yeah.
That's supposition. What we do know is that the letter came from the presidency, and there was an immediate replacement. You even point to the fact that it then suggests politicization of this role. Could it be that the dismissal of the medical director is actually unrelated to the visit of the health minister, bearing in mind that we don't see an altercation between
those are questions
the
that I
medical
believe
director
that
and the health minister?
The minister responsible for health is properly clothed to provide answers to. This whole situation leaves much more questions than answers, and I believe that you guys owe a duty to the people of Ghana to probe further, so that we can all have clarity on some of these matters.
Let's talk about the call for the apology. And I was asking earlier whether this is a suggestion that a medical officer cannot be reprimanded. Is that what it means?
I'm not so sure
that
that's
is
what
what we
they
saw
say.
on the video. We saw the health minister reprimanding this man, telling him to keep quiet.
Well, is the
Are we
manner
saying that
with which
that is
with which
wrong?
the reprimand came is what I deduced to be the reason why they are asking for the public apology, because clearly it was unfounded.
Was it?
Why,
Do we
why,
know that it was
why,
unfounded?
why not?
Well, let's
So if
let's
you
recap
ask,
what
if
we
you
know.
yeah, sure.
So we know that the health minister's visit was engendered by the death of a patient. He went there to find out why, what happened. In that discussion, the patient's family was there. We heard this individual who was having the altercation, I think he's a neurologist, you said?
Mhm.
We heard him say, the matter has been blown out of proportion. Would you not say that that's the kind of thing that should not be said in front of the family members of the dead patient? So if he's asked to keep quiet, would that be inappropriate?
So blown out of proportion in what context is important? Okay, look, we cannot sit here and berate any dead. Every family who loses a member would be saddened by the demise of that person, and my commiserations to the family. Okay, but if based on the facts that are available to the emergency health officer, which was not available to the minister at the time that he was going there, and so a certain reaction that was not based on the fact is put out, he, knowing the fact, is entitled to say that, well, this thing has been blown out of proportion. And my expectation would have been for them to give him an opportunity to explain why he thinks that the issue has been blown out of proportion. But to shut him down, come on, man. Kojo, that certainly cannot be right. And indeed, it's not only the Ghana Medical Association that has called for the public apology. I've seen some emergency health workers association, they have also called for an apology. And then the medical officer, the doctors association at the Tamale Teaching Hospital have also called for some apology. So it tells you that they are all unanimous in their call that the minister's actions were not proper.
So the way forward, and by the way, I must mention we're still waiting for Eduji Tamakulu, who's supposed to be here representing the NDC in this discussion. But while we wait, the way forward. I mean, one thing is clear: we do have a problem in our health sector. Tamale Teaching Hospital is not the only one that is suffering a great lack of facilities. It's been going on for quite some time. Some of these issues arise because of poor maintenance. Some of them arise simply because of a lack of funding to even buy the facilities to begin with and then maintain them. What's the way forward? The health minister seems to have taken the approach of spot checks to see how things are being run in these hospitals. Would you support that? More of that?
But spot checks are not new. It's not as if it's some novel intervention that the health minister is introducing. We've seen ministers of state visit facilities unannounced across all sectors. So really, there's nothing magical about what he's doing. I think that the real focus should be, and you've seen the plethora of demands that have been put out by the Tamale Medical Doctors Association, that look, if you're going to come here and shut down at us, then basics that are required to enable us deliver would be expected to be provided before we come to work. Otherwise, we're not coming. They've actually proceeded to go on suspension. They've suspended their services. Okay.
Now, is that not being unfair to the people suffer?
Yeah. So that's why we should not allow the people to be used as pawns in this.
Yeah, but you don't say because of the action of the health minister.
Hold on.
The people who need health care can't have access to it.
I agree. That's why I said right from the very beginning that as far as I'm concerned, this is populism gone bad. And the originator of the populist action should be the one who bears the consequences. Okay? If he hadn't gone there to go and shout down at people, I'm not sure we'll be where we are.
So you don't support the suspension?
I will support any call for the medical officers to reconsider their decision and to provide services to people of the area who need it. Okay? But it's important that the minister does what is right, apologize, and find ways of resolving these matters that will not lead to the kind of demands that these officials are demanding.
So you don't support the strike action by the doctors?
Of course, it's the people who attend to the hospital have no role in the decision that the minister took. And so I would support a call for them to reconsider that position and open outpatient services for the people who need their services, because it shouldn't be the case that people should, lose their lives, touch wood, by reason of this demand that they are making of the minister. Albeit the fact that I think is legitimate.
Okay, so at this point, way forward.
Way forward starts with the minister. He has to engage and ensure that the people at least return to work, okay, so that he will use the administrative processes that are within his purview to ensure that the issues are resolved. Problems with our hospitals have been there for years, okay. Unfortunately, we make it look as if we have all the resources available and can solve all the problems, and so if some government is unable to deal with all the problems, then we use it to play our usual political chaskili. I'm just coming out of government. I won't play that kind of game because I know the reality. Okay, you need to expand medical infrastructure. You need to provide replacement equipment for existing hospitals. It's not mutually exclusive. But look at the condemnation that they condemn Akufo-Addo for building additional infrastructure that became obvious we need during the global pandemic.
Isn't the condemnation for him not building the facilities he promised to build?
Oh, is that the case?
Agenda 111?
Yeah, of course. They are ongoing. Many of them are over 70%. Some have been commissioned. Okay? And Kojo, like I was saying, the resource constraints are real. You sit in cabinet and Minister of Finance gives an economy brief and he gives you the position, and you see that, and there's several competing issues that you need to deal with at the same time, and so some may delay, but ultimately, and look, you can go through successive governments, you will see the projects that government started didn't complete for the same reasons that their successor governments have had to deal with. Indeed, and in fact, in some cases, an entire regime could not even complete some of them until another regime comes back and come and deal with all these things. I'm saying that our problems are real. Yes, we'll try to resolve them as much as we can. Let's take the politicking out and deal with the issues as they are. Carry our people along, and I'm sure that in the fullness of time we'll be able to solve many of these problems as we go along.
Andrew Japa Mercer there. And our Political Thursday conversation continues for some reason without Eduji Tamaklo, who we are still waiting for. And I'm deliberately mentioning this over and over so you understand this was really supposed to be a conversation between the two major political parties. And we're told that Mr. Tamaklo is on his way. We'll be happy.
Sami Jemfi.
Sami Jemfi rather will be replacing him in 5 minutes. Okay. Well, we'll take a break then. Give him some time to get here. Stay with us. We'll be back after these.
It's heydays at the Junction Mall, and it's bigger, better, unmissable. From now until May 4th, the Junction Mall is the place to be for everything from the hottest gadgets and appliances to fashion, food, and fun, all at up to 70% off. Shop and win amazing prizes. There'll be cultural displays, live band performances, Junction aerobics for the fit and fun, and kids paradise with face painting, boat rides, bumper cars, and so much more. Bring the family, grab your squad, and do not miss a single moment. It's not just shopping, it's heydays at the Junction Mall, and it's bigger and better than ever before. Follow us at the Junction Mall GH on Facebook and Instagram, or WhatsApp us on 0540-221-774 for more details. The Junction Mall. Join, explore, shop, enjoy.
Do you know that NIT is back in Ghana? Yes, you heard it right. NIT is back in Ghana, and Jackson Institute of Technology is the official partner. It's bigger, it's better, and it's here to revolutionize IT education in Ghana. Get ready for world-class training and unmatched opportunities powered by Jackson Institute of Technology. Jackson Institute of Technology is shaping futures with hands-on IT training for youth, students, and professionals. Courses include cybersecurity, Python programming, data analytics, networking and hardware essentials, and Microsoft Office suite. We offer flexible schedules, affordable payment plans, and expert trainers with globally recognized certifications. Scholarships are available for women and girls. Sign up early to grab yours. You can locate us in Accra at Abna Atia Towers, Ring Road Central, or you can call us to enroll on 059-699-6037 or 059-699-6042. Take the first step towards your dream career with Jackson Institute of Technology, where your tech future begins.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I go bed safe. It make my teeth white when it comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kale Charcoal Toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
TCL's Easter promotion. It's big and bold. Buy 50-inch, 55-inch, or 65-inch TCL QLED Pro 4K Smart Android TV, starting from 7,999 Ghana cedis, and get free 32-inch TCL TV. Buy TCL 75-inch, 85-inch, or 98-inch TV, and get free 43-inch TCL TV. The bigger the purchase, the better the deal. Buy TCL 115-inch QD Mini LED 4K TV and get a free 85-inch TCL TV. Discount so huge you will feel like a winner. Looking for TCL refrigerators, washing machines, water dispensers, audio soundbar, and more at cool deals? Rush to TCL showrooms and authorized TCL dealers in Ghana before stock runs out. Terms and conditions apply. TCL, inspire greatness.
In Ghana today, the workforce is changing. That's why the Design and Technology Institute, DTI, is admitting youth who are 16 to 27 years old. As Ghana's first privately owned TVET institution, DTI is offering cutting-edge training to help you develop new skills to meet today's industrial demands. If you are a recent SSS or university graduate or an applicant looking for relevant career prospects, DTI lets you choose precision welding and fabrication, design innovation, entrepreneurship, and other exciting programs. DTI's unique competency-based curriculum focuses on practical skills and problem solving, ensuring that you graduate prepared to tackle real-world challenges. For more information, visit dtiafrica.com or call 054-169-3534. You can also pick up application forms at our campus in Mimpasem, East Legon. DTI, wired for jobs.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
You're welcome back. It's the Super Morning Show on Joy. It's about 3 minutes to 9. We're having Political Thursday. Andrew Mercer is our guest in the studio. We're going to be joined by Sami Jemfi shortly. Three things on the table. We're talking about the Tamale Teaching Hospital Medical Director's removal. We're talking about the suspension of the Chief Justice. We're talking about Galamsey. All right, now, before we get into that, MTN wants us to get excited about Thursdays again, all right? Your Thursdays just got more exciting because from now on, you get a nice 25% bonus on your first data bundle purchase of the day when you bundle on the My MTN app or when you use *138# as each and every Thursday on MTN. So MTN is saying that's not enough. So now you also get a free extra movie ticket. Oh, that's nice. When you pay with the Momo app. Okay, so you end up in the Silverbird cinemas for free at the Accra and West Hills malls. And for those of you with of course wonderful people with within the great garden city of Kumasi, you get free tickets to the Golden Cinemas, which is in the Kumasi Mall. Wow, lucky you. All right, so listen, all you have to do is set your reminder and bundle the My MTN app or *138# on a Thursday and make the best of your 25% extra data bundle discount. Okay, when you visit your cinemas as well, you get your free ticket. ticket. And you can also use Momo and enjoy your free cinema tickets on MTN's Yellow Thursday.
So, are you ready to step into the spotlight? Do you have what it takes to walk the runway of your dreams? Well, this is Africa's Model Scout, the ultimate competition where the next top models are born. We are looking for ladies between 18 and 25 years, bold, confident, eloquent, and at least 1.75 meters tall. Wow. Send your video entry showing your best struts, different poses, catwalk, and tell us why you're the best person to earn a spot in the competition. Email it to us. So email your video to us. And the email is africasmodelscout@gmail.com. You can WhatsApp it also, 0551 575757. And don't forget to tag us on social media. Watch this space for more information on live auditions that will take place in Kumasi and Accra. Okay, so let's continue with the conversation, and we're going with the suspension of the Chief Justice, Justice Gertrude Tokonu. So we know that she's been suspended now in a committee put in place following the determination of a prima facie against her by the Council of State, the President in consultation with the Council of State. So a 5-member committee has been set up. Let's get into it, and starting off with you, Andrew Japamesa. Well,
before we get Mr. Mercer in on the conversation, first of all, let's hear what has been said by both sides on this matter. Listen.
People should not go and formulate some rather remote ideas, and that constitutes political motive to remove an individual, right? Some office, whose office is very material to the survival of our democracy.
Right.
Look, this is not about the Chief Justice person. It's about the institution. It's about the weakening of the institution. It's about the undermining of the institution that has consequence far into the future. So this is not a joke matter. So where the Deputy Attorney General is saying that this is technical, it is not for them to tell us that. It is our democracy. How people fought for us to have a democracy today, and for them, for their convenient political motive to set up this thing as though that we should believe in a committee that is set. We cannot hang our hopes on a committee. This is the people's democracy. It's not a democracy for 5 people.
Are you suggesting that in the event that there is a change of government in the future, whoever will be CJ then may be taken to similar exercise?
It will be fair game. It will be something that has been done before, so anybody doing it again will not be new. Ghanaians perhaps may have come to accept it, that is done before, the justification will be there for it, but inherently, what you are doing is weakening our democracy.
It shouldn't be politicized at all. At this stage, we are not even sure whether the allegations are proven, and I'm sure you are aware that finding that a case exists to be answered, that is a prima facie case that is made, does not necessarily mean that the Chief Justice is guilty of the allegations. It only means that the allegations are not frivolous. And I've already heard some commentaries of, especially the former, my very good friend, he said the Council of State has poisoned something. If you have not seen the petition and the content, which I have not seen, and he has also not, it would be very unfair to, as a matter of fact, describe persons who have, Council of State, I think we all know the to suggest that they have poisoned, the system with a decision of merely saying that it's a case to be answered. I think that is unfortunate, and I wouldn't be in support of that kind of assertion at this time. There are good reasons why I believe the suspension may be necessary. So, for example, the particulars of the allegation are essential in coming to the conclusion that the Chief Justice may be suspended. But generally, when things of this nature happen, 2 things come. You need to consider 2 things: the possibility of giving the Chief Justice or the accused person in this case. Let me use the word loosely.
Right.
An opportunity to defend, to prepare and defend him or herself is very important. And at the same time, you being a subject matter of 3 petitions, not 1, not 2, 3 petitions, you really need a lot of time to prepare to explain yourself.
Morning Show.
All right, now we're going to continue our conversation. We've been joined by the managing director of the Precious Minerals Marketing Company, soon to be the head of the Gold Board, Sami Jimfi. In fact, that's happened already, hasn't it? Sami Jimfi joins us. He's also a lawyer. Sami, good morning to you.
Good morning for you.
Thank you for making the time. I think before we get into the CJ's issue, because we've already discussed Tamale, I'll give you a bite at it really quickly before we get into the CJ's matter. Lots of criticism for the health minister for this altercation between him and one of the doctors at this hospital. Now there are calls for an apology. Would that be the way forward?
An apology from who to who?
From the health minister to the individual, the doctor.
Well, first of all, I have a handicap because I was called at the last minute to join this discussion because my colleague who was supposed to be part of it, for some reasons, is unable to do that. I've not keenly followed the issue, but all I can say is that the one who has the prerogatives to hire also has the prerogatives to fire. And unless anybody can show any violation of law in the dismissal of the said chief executive officer, I don't think that the appointing authority owes anybody an apology or an explanation for the decision to remove him. And if he feels that his rights have been infringed upon, he can seek redress in a court of competent jurisdiction. That's all I can say for now.
Right. I think there is perhaps a need to delineate 2 issues here. The altercation that we saw on the video was not actually with the medical director. It was with another doctor. There wasn't an altercation with the medical director on the video we saw. But the apology is being called for the altercation, which was with a different...
What are they calling altercation?
Well, the health minister was asking this individual who was apparently trying to make a point, asking him to keep quiet.
Is that an altercation? That is a superior officer, okay, appropriately querying subordinates under his oversight, under his supervisory jurisdiction as minister, as to why something happened when it ought not to happen. That is not an altercation. That is a minister of state ensuring that people who go to health facilities for health care are treated the right way and are assured of quality services. And that for me cannot be described by any stretch of imagination as an altercation. For me, I think that the minister deserves commendation for the approach he has adopted in visiting some of these health facilities unannounced to see for himself the quality of healthcare delivery and the services that people are getting there. And when the wrong things are being done, he has every right to question those who have been entrusted with the responsibility of delivering those quality services as to why the right things are not being done. And if need be, sanction those who are culpable. And I think we should commend that.
Should he not also want to hear their explanations when he asks questions?
Yes, but the point is, if he was in the process of making a point and he wasn't done, and another was trying to cut in, he reserved the right to tell you to keep quiet for him to finish. I have not watched the said video, Kojo, so I'm just only making general comments.
Right.
From what you have told me happened in the said case.
Right. Understood. Okay, let's get to the CJ's issue. We played the tapes. Currently, the matter is back and forth. We now know what is contained in these petitions, right? And we now know what the Chief Justice has actually offered by way of response as part of the process of establishing prima facie. Now she's been suspended. There are some who ask, What would have gone wrong if the president had not suspended her?
If the president had not suspended her, justice administration could have suffered, in the sense that the Chief Justice, who has administrative oversight over the entire judiciary, and for that matter, the administration of justice, will obviously be busy mounting a defense for herself at or before the committee which has been set up by the president to investigate this matter. And nobody can convince me that she can attach the needed attention that justice administration requires from that high office, the office of Chief Justice. I mean, when we need her to take very critical decisions, it could well be that she may be before this committee defending herself. Don't forget that what is going to take place before the committee is a quasi-judicial process. It is like a trial. And do we want our Chief Justice on a day-to-day basis, when she is supposed to be at work, supervising justice administration, spending all her time before this committee defending herself? The administration of justice is so important, and it cannot be entrusted in the hands of a person who is going through, an investigative process under Article 146. She will not have the peace of mind and cannot give adequate attention to her important role as administrative head over the judiciary. And that is why it makes sense that she be asked to step aside for another to act in her stead pending the determination of the case. That's number one. Number two, the Chief Justice herself, in all fairness to her, needs all the time she can get to prepare adequately to defend this matter. Because we all get a sense that she intends to fight this matter to its logical conclusion. And she must be given the time, okay, and the attention she needs to be able to do that. I don't think it is fair to the Chief Justice to expect her to mount, the needed defense before the committee investigating this matter, while at the same time combining that with the onerous task of Chief Justice. It wouldn't be fair. So I think she herself will be very grateful to the president for suspending her, because it gives her the opportunity to fully focus on defending the petitions against her. We are talking about 3 petitions. And in one petition, you have multiple counts, close to 20 counts. She needs all the attention and time and resources she can garner to mount the needed response. And then finally, one of the reasons why people are asked to step aside pending the outcome of investigations is so that they do not take advantage of their positions of privilege to interfere with the investigations. Now, if you look at the petitions against the Chief Justice which have been leaked out there, there are serious allegations involved. And some of these allegations border on falsification of court documents. The allegations for now, but they are serious allegations bordering on alleged falsification of court documents. And
in particular are you referring to?
Come again?
Which particular allegation are you referring to when you say it?
The petition from Mr. Ayamga Aklobo,
right,
a lawyer who is also a senior police officer,
right,
who says that the Chief Justice, while presiding over the Supreme Court, ordered for him to be arrested and detained. And that when he applied for the certified true copy of the record of proceedings of that day, the record of proceedings had been falsified to omit that important, incident that happened that day,
right,
which then denies him of the opportunity to seek redress at any forum. And that is a very, very serious allegation he has made. Okay. Now, if, and I'm choosing my words carefully, if it is true that the Chief Justice was the one who directed the registrar of the court to falsify that search report, if that is true, then she cannot continue to be in office while that investigation is going on, because she clearly can interfere with the processes. So at this stage, we don't know whether it is true or not. And that is why it is important for her not to be put in a position which gives her the opportunity to interfere with evidence while this investigation is going on. So on the basis of these three arguments I've made, you cannot but agree that the decision by the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Council of State to suspend the Chief Justice, was justified or is justified.
May I quickly check one detail with you before you continue? You said acting in accordance. So that's very different from in consultation with. Acting in accordance
because
means
the relevant provision of the Constitution relative to the powers of the President to suspend the Chief Justice
uses the language acting in accordance with. Yes,
the language says not even on the advice.
Yes, that's right.
Because on the advice of has been interpreted by the Supreme Court to be permissive and not compulsory.
Right.
But
so in
accordance with the premise of the Constitution said acting in accordance with advice of the Council of State.
Correct, and that is compulsory, isn't it? So
exactly.
So does this indicate?
So it says that acting in accordance with advice may suspend.
Right.
What that means is that at all times there must be an advice from the Council of State.
Good. And it also suggests that his suspension must be in accordance with that advice. Which means that
he can choose not to abide by the advice. But he cannot, in and of himself, suspend the Chief Justice without advice from the Council of State. That is what it means. If you want to suspend the Chief Justice, it must be in accordance with advice of the Council of State.
Does it not also mean?
But you can choose not to abide by that. But look, you are talking about a 31-member Council of State, made up of some of the most respected members of our society, retired justices of our courts, chiefs, people who are apolitical, people who may be NPP, people who may be NDC. 31-member Council of State. And for my sources, 30 out of the 31 said that there is a prima facie case to be determined and that the nature of the allegations made against the Chief Justice justifies her suspension pending the outcome of the investigations.
30 of
Nobody can tell me that all the 30 members of the Council of State are NDC fanatics who hate the Chief Justice. All of them are some dandaheads who are being remote controlled by the President. I mean, let's credit them with some intelligence. And you see, the hypocrisy that our friends in the NPP are demonstrating in this matter, are exhibiting in this matter, is very illustrating to say the least.
Please, before you continue, Sammy, who abstained? Is it 30 out of the 31? Who's that person who said there wasn't prima facie?
You should do your own checks on that. I'm not going to tell you that. But I believe that you know who that person was. I'm not going to tell you that. But
okay,
all I want to say is that 30 out of
Sammy,
the 31
hold on.
said...
Is that person Justice Sophia Kufu?
I can't confirm or deny. Now, back to the point I was making, Winston. Let's call a spade and not a digging tool. And I'm surprised that the media is even entertaining some of the arguments we are hearing from the NPP. Look, if Ghana would develop and our democracy would thrive, we must all promote the rule of law. We must all commend those who uphold the rule of law. This country is governed by the rule of law and not the rule of men. The laws of this country that we have adopted for ourselves provides for, in the Supreme Law, the 1992 Constitution, at Article 146, the process for the removal or suspension of a Chief Justice. Somebody should tell me a single provision under Article 146 that the President or the Council of State has violated in this matter. The President has diligently performed his constitutional duties under Article 146 in line with due process. He was not the one who petitioned for the removal of the Chief Justice. The President is not a petitioner. No NDC person is a petitioner in this matter. The petitioners are persons who are aggrieved by the conduct of this Chief Justice. Some of them say their fundamental human rights have been infringed upon by her. Some of them say they have been unfairly treated, unfairly imprisoned by her. Some of them say that they have evidence that he has acted against the constitution of the land, the ethics of her profession, and so on. And they themselves have petitioned the President. As we speak today, they have 5 petitions seeking her removal from office. None authored by the President, an appointee of the President, or a member of his party. Now, what was the President supposed to do? Throw the petitions away? Or prevent the petitioners from submitting the petitions to his office? No. If he had done that, that would have constituted a breach of his oath of office, because the President swore on the 7th of January 2025 to remain true to the people of Ghana and to defend and uphold the Constitution. If he had done that, it would have constituted an impeachable offense under Article 69 of the Constitution.
Well, we are
so
told
he did the right thing.
We are told that the President has done that in the past.
I'm going somewhere in just 30 seconds.
He
did the right thing in accepting the petition and in consulting the Council of State on whether or not the petitions disclose a prima facie case. I am of the opinion that at that stage, he didn't even need the response of the Chief Justice. Because to determine a prima facie case simply means looking at the petition on the face of it to determine whether there is a case for the Chief Justice to answer. You don't, at that stage, require the response of the Chief Justice. But out of the abundance of caution, the President, in all fairness, wrote to the Chief Justice, forwarded the petitions to her, received her responses, forwarded the petitions and the responses to the Council of State. The Council of State, 30 out of the 31 said there was a prima facie case, and the President agreed with them. He has set up a committee to now investigate the matter. And pending the outcome, he has, by a warrant under his hand, suspended the Chief Justice for the reasons I have already articulated to you. What wrong has he done?
Okay.
He is only acting in strict accordance with the Constitution.
Okay.
And you have these same MPP people who in times past have suspended 4 justices of our superior courts based on the same Article 14610. Justice Berry and his colleagues were suspended in 2018 by President Akufo-Addo on the basis of that same article. And why was an NDC appointed strike boss, Loretta Lamptey, dismissed from office by President Mahama in 2013? Why was this why? It was because NPP members, Anodompre, Richard Nyama, whose lawyer I believe was something Ladi or so, petitioned the President that the woman had used public funds to the tune of just $5,000 to renovate her AU village building. On this basis, a committee was set up to probe the matter. The President abided by the recommendations of the committee and dismissed the woman, even though it was Professor Mills who appointed the woman. The President acted on the petitions from known apparatchiks of the NPP. So this is President Mahama showing consistency, showing unwavering fidelity to the Constitution.
Okay.
When petitions came from NPP members in the past, he acted. When petitions came from other citizens, in the case of this current Chief Justice, he is acting. Okay. And then you have people in the NPP, some of whom are lawyers, saying that the President should not act, he should violate the Constitution.
All right, Sami,
because Getito is above the law.
Yeah, Sami, I'd like you to stay with us so we can get a reaction from Andrew Mercer, who's here with us in the studio. I want you to hear what he has to say so that you can respond if necessary. Andrew, you've heard Sami's explanation. 3 reasons given for the suspension of the Chief Justice. One of them being that if she were to stay in the office, she could have an influence on the outcomes of this investigation. The other two being that it's for her own good, so she has time to, first of all, attend all of the hearings and also to prepare.
When all this, if you like, brouhaha started with the petitions or the notification from the Minister for Government Communication and the action that Vincent Asifua initiated at the Supreme Court, questioning the non-engagement of the CJ for her side before same was referred to the Council of State, and the subsequent request by the Chief Justice and the President's response, and giving her time to then submit her responses to the petition, the lapse of that time and her delivery to the President for onward transmission to the Chief Justice, and the noise that it was generating in the media, I felt that we should be cautious, because the removal of a Chief Justice is not something that we need to necessarily play it within the political domain as we always do, because it is at the root of our constitutional democracy, the judiciary and the Chief Justice for that matter. Then obviously we heard that the President has, based on the advice of the Council of State, set up a committee to investigate the Chief Justice, and also proceeded to suspend the Chief Justice. In spite of all that we knew during the campaign season between 2020, following the elections petition and the commentary that our friends in the NDC had made, I still felt that, well, let us see how the process plays out. Then I heard Sremsai, the learned Deputy Attorney General, and of course my good friend and brother, the Communications Director of the NPP, Richard Ayaba, do some banter. Sremsai's response to Richard's assertions were, for me personally, and I know my party had issued some statement condemning the process and all that, gave me some comfort that, hey guys, he hasn't seen the petition. None of us had seen the petition at that point. And so he believes that the establishment or the setting up of a committee per se does not necessarily amount to a conviction, if you like, of the CJ. Later in the evening, I listened to Sami Jemfi. I can't remember the sequence with respect to Sremsai's statement and Sami Jemfi, but I heard Sami Jemfi, my good friend, on Asempa FM, where he made scathing allegations against the Chief Justice. Scathing. Accused her of taking public funds and buying tickets for herself and her spouse.
Was he not simply repeating what was in the petition?
Oh, let me, allow me. I was worried that, hey, if these allegations are true, then maybe my inclination that let's wait for the process to take its natural course may be the right approach that I had taken for myself. I listened to Sremsai, gave me some comfort, and I was prepared to give the NDC and the government the benefit of the doubt that, well, maybe they had intended, they had made utterances, they had made comments to the effect that the judiciary ought to be reset, their chairman had made all sorts of comments about the need for the removal of the Chief Justice and the electoral commissioners and all that. Maybe, just maybe, there is some element to the petitions that require an investigation. And yes, I agree, the Chief Justice is not above the law. The Constitution is very clear in its wording as regards what has to be done when a petition is submitted to the President for the removal of the Chief Justice. Then later in the evening, I saw a write-up by the former Deputy Attorney General, Asunaba Dapa. Then I said, what is happening? Thankfully, yesterday, we all got copies of the petitions and the responses. I've read through all of them. And look, Sammy, you may be right. The President may not have breached any provisions of the Constitution. He is acting in fidelity, as you claim. But we should all be worried that if these assertions that are contained in the petitions and the responses that the Chief Justice has given raises a prima facie case to warrant an investigation, then we are in deep trouble as a country.
Why do you say so?
Because you see, what is a prima facie case? Just go online. I entreat listeners and viewers to participate and just go online. Law Dictionary. At first sight, on the first appearance, on the face of it, so far as can be judged from the first disclosure, presumably, a litigating party is said to have a prima facie case when the evidence in his favor is sufficiently strong for his opponent to be called on to answer. So essentially, if the evidence that has been adduced is not disproved, then it is deemed to be true. Right? So the CJ has been asked.
Wait, I want to be sure of the position you are taking. That prima facie means guilty until proven innocent.
So let me read. Prima facie case in law means a claim has sufficient evidence to be considered valid on its face, meaning it's true unless proven otherwise. That's what it means. So I take a step back and I say, having seen the petition and the responses that the Chief Justice has given, and now imagine assertions to the effect that one individual, there's rumor that it is actually the Honorable Justice Sophia Akufu, the former Chief Justice, who abstained. I don't know whether it's true or not. Sami says he cannot confirm or deny it. And in law, your guess is as good as mine when a response to that effect is given. I'll plead. Let's tread cautiously. It's not MPP NDC matter. We cannot continue to be a country that practices rule by law as opposed to rule of law. Because in that case, then we only abide by the letter of the law, not the spirit. It can never be that the intendment of the framers of the Constitution was to the effect that any petition that is scrutinized should lead to a process like this. merely on account of a petition. It must be something that, Kojo, leaves no doubt, if you like. One allegation is to the effect that the Chief Justice traveled with her spouse and daughter. She provides evidence in her response to the effect that, look, I'm appointed Chief Justice. I'm given a copy of the policy on foreign travels by heads of judiciary and Superior Court judges, which was approved in 2010, revised in 2019, that I'm entitled to travel with my spouse and one person. Electing to travel with my husband and daughter amounts to a crime. And if a third party petitioner who is not privy to the policy on foreign travels by heads of judiciary and superior courts raises an issue in a petition, that raises sufficient enough evidence to warrant the setting up of a committee for the Chief Justice to go and respond.
But this is one of many.
Oh, we can go through all of them. I've highlighted all of it. Oh.
So what you're saying is that you are convinced by her responses?
Absolutely no basis for proceeding. And right. I would plead that if indeed Madame Sophia Kufu was the one who abstained, it would be good for her. I know she's very public spirited. After all, she was part of a group of people who demonstrated against the president who appointed her Chief Justice. And legitimately so. Because she felt that the process that the finance minister was taking pensioner bondholders through was improper. So I will urge her, because the path that we are taking is a really, really dangerous path.
Right.
Look,
I want
and it's important. No, one moment before you bring him in.
No.
Context is important.
To take a break. Our time is up for a break. Yes. When we come back, we will hear more. Stay with us.
Building or renovating? Look no further. At Interface Limited, we have everything you need to create stunning spaces.
Transform your interiors with our top quality plasterboards, acoustic ceilings, and cement boards.
Step into style with our exquisite laminate and engineered floors. And for your data centers, durable raised access floors.
Elevate your outdoor spaces with our WPC decking and fencing.
Protect your home with our beautiful and reliable roof shingles, insulation, canopies, and PVC fascia boards.
Add a touch of elegance with our beautiful POP cornices and roses.
Quality, affordability, and style all in one place. Building a better Ghana, one space at a time. Visit www.interfacelimited.net or call 0274 999 999. Welcome to Spintex Plaza, where living and working blend seamlessly.
Spintex Plaza, the place to be. Furnished apartments feel so free.
Imagine coming home to a luxurious furnished apartment with everything you need.
Rooftop pool, swim under the sky. Rooftop bar where the good times fly. Rooftop gym, get fit and strong. Spintex Plaza, you can't go wrong.
Spintex Plaza, your home, your work, your lifestyle. Come see us today or call us on 0241 327 363. www.spintexplaza.net.
Don't miss out on Electroland Extravaganza Easter promotion. Buy and get whooping discounts in our Samsung Easter promotion. Get awesome deals in Media Easter Bonanza. Now, starting from $4.99 Ghana cedis, you will get a NASCO burner. With 1,599 Ghana cedis, you will get a 32-inch NASCO LED TV. NASCO top mount freezers start from 1,799 Ghana cedis, and NASCO chest freezers from 2,599 Ghana cedis. cedis. You will get a free desktop computer if you buy our selected NASCO 6 kg, 7 kg, 8 kg or 10 kg washing machine. Rush to EGL and authorized dealer showrooms across Ghana for exciting offers. Terms and conditions apply. Electroland Ghana Limited, home of luxury and affordable electronics.
As a busy professional, I struggled with back and neck strain from long hours at my desk. To improve my focus, productivity, and well-being, I sought expert advice from the CEO of Expert Office Furnish.
After being in the furniture business for 25 years, I can tell you two things that causes back pain in the workspace: bad sitting posture and not sitting on a good chair. I recommend to you the Genevia Beeper chair, the chair that helps you to sit right. When you don't sit right, it beeps for you to be able to sit right. The next will be the Enjoy chair. It takes every body shape and size. Buy a chair that will support your back and give you that comfort to be able to deliver on your job.
Expert Office Furnish offers molding furniture for comfort, productivity, and style. From seating to customized solutions, plus interior decoration services, they've got it all. Find them off the Atomic Hills Estate Road in Ashonman or call 0571 386602 on Facebook and Instagram at Expert Office Furnish.
Sasso, sasso, si come tonton prepon. Sasso, sasso, si come tonton prepon. Edrana drami ne buseshe. Yeah, how can see all in malaria? Minya me pone me sasso spray. Every mosquito started run away. Tonton preko, sasso sasso, mi se come tonton preko. Come tonton preko, sasso, come tonton preko. Na ni sham ne die, demonstronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Kids, no running. They grow up so fast.
Come here, guys. Who wants to watch their favorite show on GoTV?
Your family's favorite moments are made better with GoTV's shows. We've got loads of local, international, and kids channels, and all the football you need from the comfort of your home.
You can also watch your favorite shows wherever you are with GoTV Stream. Stick with GoTV and let's go together. GoTV. Love it.
Every year, thousands of Ghana's brightest minds leave in search of better opportunities abroad, creating a gap in our workforce. The critical question is, how do we motivate these talented individuals to stay and drive Ghana's much-needed economic transformation? How do we inspire them to build their future here? The time to act is now. Join David Ofosudote, Senior Partner at ABN David Africa, Professor Mary Setrana from the Center for Migration at the University of Ghana, Abana Amwa, Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange, and former President of Mauritius, Her Excellency Dr. Amina Gurib Fakim, at the 12th edition of the Ishmael Yankson and Associates Business Roundtable. Together, they will explore the theme, Managing the Talent Exodus, Leveraging Private-Public Partnerships for Growth. The date is the 7th of May 2025. The venue, the Palms by Eagles in Airport City. The time, is 9 a.m. Be a part of this transformational conversation on Ghana's future. To register, text your name and organization to 0530 117 202 or email info@ieyamson.com.
On Joy is almost 9:45, which means that we have to split our time left between our two guests and hear from them both. We will do that. But first,
well, Sunday brunch at the Palms, formerly Holiday Inn. Your perfect Sundays just got better. Join us this and every Sunday at 12 noon for an unforgettable brunch experience at the Palms, formerly Holiday Inn, all for just 500 Ghana cedis. Indulge in complimentary soft drinks, a sumptuous continental buffet, a rich spread of African favorites, live music to elevate the vibe, and a beautiful ambience perfect for relaxing with friends or family. I'll be there this Sunday. Whether you're celebrating or just taking it slow, the Palms is where your Sunday should begin. Reserve now. Seats fill up fast. Call 055 1000 333 055 1000 333 or 055 1000 555. But if you're upgrading your office space, then call the experts. If you want a healthy chair that takes care of your spine, call Expert Office Furnish Company Limited for your ergonomic swivel chairs today. Now, their ergonomic swivel chairs have intelligent seat cushion with dynamic bionic spine pressure relief design. The dynamic smart motion back support technology is equipped with double wing support chips. These ergonomic swivel chairs have great benefits for your health and spine. At Expert Office Furnish Company Limited, we also have executive desk, cabinets, conference, and all office furniture that suits your budget. Locate us off the Atomic Hills Estate Road on the Asori Junction near ASI Plaza, Showman Estates. Call 0571 386600 or 0244280532. Find them on Facebook, Expert Office Furnish GH, Instagram, Expert Office Furnish, Twitter, Expert Furnish. Visit their website, expertofficefurnish.com. Expert Office Furnish, your health, your wealth. Great.
All right, let's get back to it. And looking at the clock, I think we're going to split our time 4 minutes each between our two guests. We'll start with Sammy Jemfi, who's on the phone. Sammy, of course, Managing Director of PMMC and the Gold Board. He's also a lawyer. Sammy, 4 minutes. Do we have Sammy Jemfi? Do we? It seems we may have some sort of problem with our communication there. Sammy, can you hear me? Right. Okay. We're going to have to work to connect to Sammy Jemfi. But Andrew, before the break, your point here was that the responses given by the CJ convince you, and so to you, there can't possibly be a prima facie case.
Absolutely. And so, confirmed the position that the NPP and everybody else, apart from the NDC, is taking. I was saying that context is important, too. Could you? Context is important in all of this.
Because I know you will want to respond to Sammy,
sure.
If you don't mind, I'd like to bring him in. I think we have him now. Sammy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chris.
Wonderful, wonderful. Please, 4 minutes. Go ahead.
It is very clear that my good brother, Japanese, has not taken his time to study the petitions and the responses from the Chief Justice as he claims. If he had done so, he would have come to the realization that I have not made any allegations against the Chief Justice. And the assertions I made on Asempa FM was just re-echoing the allegations contained in the three petitions seeking her removal from office, without more. And I expressed them as allegations, save to add that I personally was convinced with some of the pieces of evidence that I had seen. So let's make that point clear. Number two, the Chief Justice, in her response, has confessed to wrongdoing in the specific case of the petition of Daniel Ofori, which accuses her, among other things, for, applying her official travel privileges to a private, or if you like, personal travel of hers.
That's not true.
For the benefit of her husband and daughter. Read the Chief Justice's response clearly. What she's saying is that the travel policy of the Judicial Council allows her to embark on unlimited foreign travels. And on such foreign travels, she's entitled to travel with two people, a spouse, it could be any relative of hers or any person of her choosing, at the expense of the state. That is for official foreign travels. But she says that she opted to use that privilege for her holidays. The 2 holidays she took in 2023 were private travels. Those were not official travels. So she could not have used her official travel privileges on a private travel. That is self-incriminating evidence given by the Chief Justice herself. So I am surprised that my good brother Ajapa Mesa, who is a respected lawyer, says that this case doesn't even meet the prima facie threshold. I say that it even meets the threshold of beyond every reasonable doubt, not to talk about prima facie, because the accused has confessed to that wrongdoing. How do you take your daughter and your husband on a private trip at the expense of the state? You pay their tickets, business class tickets, from the state coffers, and pay them every day per diem for every day that they spend with you outside the country. And you are the people in the NPP, the same people who saw to the dismissal of a former Shraj boss for spending just $5,000 on the renovation of a private residence. You don't see anything wrong with this. In this case, we are talking about close to $30,000 paid as per diem to the husband and daughter of the Chief Justice on a private foreign travel, not official. Get the difference clear. And if you have not seen that portion, I will send you a screenshot so that you read for yourself.
I have it
and
here.
I can also share with you the travel policy of the Judicial Council.
I have it here.
We'll come to you in a minute.
And I'll read it.
30 more seconds for Sammy.
Number two, let's make it very clear that this matter is in the public domain because the Chief Justice wanted it to be in the public domain. Since President Mahama received the petitions and wrote to the Council of State, all the processes were in camera and in strict confidence in line with Article 1468. It was the Chief Justice who decided to make this matter a public political matter because she thinks that it is in doing so that she can reduce the matter to the usual political football and get MPP people to defend her clear acts of wrongdoing.
Okay, all right.
And I say so because if you don't write a letter to the president under Article 1 and copy other people, but her first letter to the president requesting for copies of the petitions against her was copied to several people.
Right.
And the next day, Vincent Esefo of the MPP, Afenyo Markin and Godfredame and all these guys were holding the letter.
Okay, all right.
After the president made copies of the petition available to us,
okay,
the next day, the MPP came out with a press conference on the content of the petitions.
All right. Sammy, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Andrew, 4 minutes.
You see, indeed, I'm glad that this petition has become public. Because otherwise, then the so-called statements that Sami Jimfi made, which suggested some incriminatory act on the part of the CJ that he now refers to as based on the petition without the benefit of the response, would have been believed by many people out there in the public domain. He made scathing allegations. The response deals with all those matters succinctly. Now he says that the Chief Justice admitted that she committed an infraction. Like, seriously? Has he read the document? Look, this is the response by the Chief Justice. It says paragraph 9A. It says what? Exhibit DO2 is the policy on foreign travels by head of the judiciary and the Superior Court judges. Paragraph A9 provides that, quote, the Chief Justice shall undertake unlimited official travels with either his or her spouse or other person of his or her choice in a year, fully funded by the Judicial Service. Paragraph 9A10 provides that, quote, where the Chief Justice is accompanied by the spouse or other person, he or she shall travel on the same class of air tickets as the Chief Justice and shall be paid the equivalent of half the per diem paid to the Chief Justice. This is policy, oh. I'm coming.
It says official, though.
You say?
It says official travel.
Yes.
According to Sami Jemfi, she's accused of going on a private trip.
Let me read a response.
A holiday.
This has been the policy of the Judicial Service since 2010, as amended in 2019. Exhibit DO4 is a response to audit observation provided by Judicial Secretary to auditors who saw the clarification of the expenditure on the ticket purchased for my husband and my daughter during my 2 holidays in 2023. On page 1 of Exhibit DO2, the Judicial Secretary clarified that as Chief Justice, I opted to utilize the authorization in paragraph 9 and paragraph 10 of the travel policy to travel with my spouse and my daughter during my 2 holidays taken in September 2023, pursuant to the conditions of the appointment of the Chief Justice. In view of this option, there was no infraction occasioned when I opted to travel for my 2 holidays with my spouse on 1 occasion and my daughter on the 2nd occasion. The response to observation 1 and response to observation 2 of Exhibit DO4 provide explanation on expenditure on tickets for my husband and daughter that petitioner has unfortunately described as misapplication or misappropriation of public funds by the Chief Justice.
So she is saying that she opted to use the provision for official trips for a personal trip. Does she have the
she is entitled to 2 unlimited official travels and 2 vacations, right? That's what the policy say. It's all in there.
I didn't hear you read in the policy that she can use that privilege on personal trips. I only heard you say official travel.
So the point I'm making is that the CJ on official travels, unlimited, and 2 vacations that the Judicial Service also put. No, it's in the document.
Can you read the part where it says 2 vacations? You have 2 minutes. 1 minute, actually.
Yeah, sure.
Just the part where it says that it applies to vacations or personal trips. All right. So I think while Mr. Mesa is finding that, let's hear quickly from Sami, and then Mr. Mesa will intervene when he finds it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Kojo, I can bet my last point on this, that a Japan Mesa will not find what you told him to just look for. For the avoidance of doubt, I want to read to you the relevant portions of the travel policy of the Judicial Council. And this is paragraph B2. It says, where the Chief Justice embarks on a personal or private foreign travel, he or she shall be accompanied by the security alone. The security alone, if it is a private trip. If it is an official trip, she can go with 2 other persons of her choosing. And there can be a spouse and a child. Now, let's look at the response of the Chief Justice.
So, Sami, go ahead.
He says, I'm reading the response and the admission. Since the Japan Mesa is refusing to see. These are the words of the Chief Justice. I opted to utilize the authorization in paragraph 9 and paragraph 10 of the travel policy. What does paragraph 9 and paragraph 10 of the travel policy says? It is the privileges she has to travel with two people of her choosing on official travels. Now she says that she utilized paragraph 9 and paragraph 10 of the travel policy to travel with my spouse and my daughter during my 2 holidays taken in September 2023. Need I say more? The 2 holidays were those holidays official trips? Oh, call vacation. What has that got to do with the state office? If you are sending your husband and your daughter on a vacation for holidays, why should we pay them per diem? Why should we buy them business class tickets? And you, as a minister, you are defending this. Take your time and read the travel policy. Take your time. If you don't have a copy, I'm forwarding a copy to you now. Check your inbox and read it.
It's 10 o'clock.
Let's not defend the indefensible because of politics.
Mr. Mesa, have you found the relevant part you wanted to read?
So, paragraph B1 provides for 2 holidays for the Chief Justice in a year. Okay, with the judicial service, with travel expenses, hotel accommodation, and per diem to be borne by the judicial service, and capped at 14 days per round trip. So I'm saying that the Chief Justice is entitled to 2 holidays paid for by the judicial service every year.
But does it
and
say
she's
that
saying no? So I don't have the full complement of the document. And she provides
and another person
the policy on travel documents by heads, okay, and says that she opted to do. But you see, Kojo, does it make sense? Okay, and I say this with a little bit of caution because I have not seen the full complement of the travel policy of the judicial service. It is only the extras that have been provided in the responses that I've seen. But I ask, does it make sense that if you are going on private travel, you can go with a security alone? Security. But if you are going on official travel, you can go with your spouse and any third party of your choice.
Well, whether it makes sense or
no,
not.
So it's important.
That is what
no,
has
hold
been
on,
quoted.
hold on. No, hold on. But the point I'm making is that it's important. Now look for the full complement of the document for us to look at. Let's think about it. How does it even make sense that when you are going on a private travel, that the expectation would be that you would ordinarily be traveling with your family? That one, the policy says you can go with the security person alone. How does that even make sense? Even without the benefit of the full document. And Kojo, you haven't seen it.
No, hold on.
Take Samit Jemfi's word.
Hold on.
I'm only asking you.
The policy says, based on that the state shall cover the cost of only your security personnel if you're going on a holiday. However, if it's an official trip.
Have you seen the policy?
Hold on a minute.
No,
hold on.
We are going based on what has been quoted by the Chief Justice himself.
I am quoting the extracts. And I say, if you look at the extracts, and where it says you are entitled to this number of persons on an official trip.
Guys.
Hold on. And you are entitled to this on a private trip.
Look, let's call it.
You can't interchange it.
Everybody sitting in this studio knows that this activity is all premeditated. It was conceived by the NDC whilst in opposition, arising out of the outcome of the elections petition of 2020. Mr. Mahama has publicly said so. The chairman of the NDC has publicly said so. The deputy secretary of the NDC has publicly said so. It is their avowed intent to remove the Chief Justice come hell or high water.
Right.
And that's exactly the path that they are pursuing. I'm saying that it is a dangerous path. We should not encourage it. Right-thinking members of society should rise and speak so that we don't put this country in a situation where the tenure of the Chief Justice becomes coterminous with the tenure of the president.
Okay.
Because if we do that, the administration of justice in this country is what will suffer. That's all.
Okay, now, first, apologies for not bringing you the 10 o'clock bulletin. There will be an 11 o'clock bulletin. I'm going to give 30 seconds to each of our guests to give their final thoughts, literally 30 seconds, and I will have to cut in at the end of that time, so we are fair to everyone. Sammy, I'll start with you.
I mean, Japan just made me laugh and laugh and laugh. You were on this platform saying that the Chief Justice has mounted a defense for herself relative to the allegation in question, and that the travel policy allows her to do what she did. Now, when confronted with the facts, here you are saying that you've not even seen the travel policy. Kojo, I've sent you the travel policy. I've sent the same thing to Winston. Read what is at paragraph 9 and 10. You will see that it talks about official foreign travel. The Chief Justice herself says that she went for holidays for 2 days and opted to use her official travel privileges for a private vacation trip.
All right.
Is it everything you must defend?
Okay, Sammy, thank you.
But is it not strange that you can go on unlimited official travels with your spouse and child? Unlimited, 50, 100 times a year. But you can't go on a vacation on 2 occasions with these same people. How absurd. How absurd.
All right. Thank you both for your
time. It's unbelievable.
We appreciate your time very much. It's 5 minutes past 10. Thank you all for listening to the We're back tomorrow with more. Until then, please keep listening to Joy. My name is Kojo Yankson, the Morning Man.
Winston Amwa.